For entrepreneurs looking to grow their businesses, yet provides you with business management knowledge, technologies, financial support, and digital marketing tools to help you get your business off the ground and running. Join us today and learn how to start, manage.
So far, there has been something that we have done. During that time, we had to do online presentations, and we had very few which were actually physical. This has also transformed the way we think about such conferences and, of course, events in this line. We want to thank the PhD students for committing themselves. Of course, starting the studies is not an easy commitment, because once you commit, you must accomplish your commitment. So I want to continue to encourage you and thank you for the commitment, those that are here and those that are online. And of course, we still say that yes, it is possible. You will make it, because the panelists here have made it, and many other people have actually made it. So we continue to thank Associate Professor Vincent Batwala, the Director of the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training at Barra University. Professor, you can wave so that people see, is the convener of the symposium as well as the annual research dissemination conference. So the PhD symposium is the pre-event of the conference. We also want to thank Associate Professor Joel Wazira, who is the chair board of the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training, for immensely putting in efforts to organize this event. Since inception, I have been the convener of this event. Since I got my PhD, it is now 7 years, and I think it is also time for me to retire, but I will come to that in future. So gratitude goes to the university management for accepting, of course, to gazette money and sponsor this event. For the years that have passed, a number of people have graduated through the encouragement of this PhD symposium. And its establishment has really moved the completion rate to a higher one compared to how it was before. It is said that a PhD is a lonely journey, but only becomes lonely if you have no guidance and such meetings. We thank everyone who has come who has come through to attend this symposium, and we pray that all the sessions shall go well. Unique to the other symposiums, today we decided to start with the presentations so that the speakers will come in later to do the official opening. And right now, I will ask the different panelists to take on their seats, and we begin the presentations. I want to thank you and wish you good deliberations. Room 1 is this one, and room 2 is just above this one. You can take the stairs and just go to the upper room. We shall use the washrooms down here and the washrooms on top. Our tea rooms will be on top, so we'll just take the stairs here and everything will be sorted. I once again thank you and once welcome you, our external panelists who have not been to MAST before. We are very delighted to see you here, and please feel at Mbarara University and don't feel at home. When you feel at home, your presence here will be missed. So welcome and welcome. Succeed we must. Panelists for the science, please, you can take on your seats as the panelists for the humanities and social sciences take their seats in the room above. The presenters you should also get ready. I thank you. It is nearer to pass here if you are going up, so you can, otherwise here you'll have to take the small stairs. I'm Jerome Kawachenga, and I'm the chairperson for this session. So we would like to have the presenters load their presentations. And we have our IT guy here to load the presentations so that we can start. I have fellow panelists. I have Dr. Viola Mpangwide. There is Dr. Simon Kauma, Dr. Asimwe Stephen, and Associate Professor Julius Leju, who may be joining us later. So can we have, let me see, the first presentation should be a framework to enhance confidentiality and privacy of data in motion. Amanya William, IT. Are you going to laptop or which one will be? You know, it takes a lot of time. I don't know how you. Load them on one laptop. Otherwise, if we keep on changing. Then the other presentation is from Jordan Mutambi Amajire. Who is Jordan Mutambi Amajire? Okay, you are on. After loading, you also load yours. Elena Turiachira is around. I can see her. Charles Impire, I had seen him also. Those are going to present before the health break and the opening session. For the presenters, I think, if I recall, how many minutes had we been given? Oh, 25. And question. 10 for presentation, but you know we have already lost time. So 10, so that we gain some time, because when the openings time comes, then and I saw the communication from the chair, Dr. Fred Kagwa, says this is not a defense. The panelists are going to be seeking clarification, giving you advice. So please don't be very defensive and think we are being grilled. No, this is not the time for grilling. We are trying to support you along this journey so that, yeah, it is the, I think the lower, once you down, like that, there's something that was, from this side, there was a piece of wood that was, you push the LCD a bit, it has gone where, behind it is.
Thank you, Prof. I'm Ahamia William Bwambata. I'm going to present my first paper. I had the second one ready. This one was published. My supervisors are Dr. Drake Milembe and Navasa Everest. Our topic is data analysis in e-commerce platforms. My doctorate committee is chaired by Dr. Kagwa Fred. Dr. Drake Milembe is a member, Navasa Everest is a member, and Professor Jude Ngubire. As I told you, our topic is data privacy analysis on e-commerce platforms. As you all know, the fourth industrial revolution is making a significant impact on our world and how we do business. David Evans at the Computer History Museum said that things covered by computer are no longer just computers. Things covered by Internet of Things are no longer computers and phones, but a range of devices. And those devices may include phones, as I'd said, may include watches, may include routers, switches, may include even refrigerators, to mention but a few. According to Gartner 2018, there were 14 billion embedded systems in use by 2019, and there were 25 billion embedded systems by 2021. That was surpassed by the previous. It was surpassed by the previous anticipation they had made of 2020, which was 20.4 embedded systems. The growth rate is at 30% annually. Fortune Business Insights indicate that the global market for embedded systems, which were valued at 190 billion in 2018, will reach 1.11 trillion by 2026 at an annual growth of 24.7%. It has an issue. Anyway, so when we go to the next, as those embedded systems grow, they grow with the repercussions on security and insecurity. So according to the report published 2018 on cyber statistics, it shows that 28% of breaches involve internal attackers, which we shall see that was changed and is growing at a terrible speed as the years coming. 76% of breaches are financially motivated. As you can see, in 2021, it increased from 28% to 30%. I mean the data breaches that involve internal attackers. The average ransomware payment rose by 33% from, that was in 2000, from 2019 to 2020. And the average cost was 133,000. In 2022, the total damage by cyber attacks reached 6 trillion. The cyber crimes caused 2 trillion in damage so far. And every 39 seconds, there is an attack, which means by the time we are here, almost 40 attacks have already existed and happened. Of 60% of customers report an increased concern over their data. So, since it is very wide, we shall narrow it to, for the purpose of this paper, we shall narrow it to e-commerce. You see, we all at one time have to share our data. Even here, the institutions, you study online, you're sharing your personal data. Even when you're getting a flight, you share your personal data. Even when you're doing each and everything, shopping online, travels, all that, you share your personal data. And that personal data is always used in the way third parties want to use it. Though it is wide, we shall narrow to transportation. As you can see, the top 10, transportation is number 6. But as you can see, number 1 is in manufacturing, so it can be transportation in manufacturing. Number 4 is information. We are concerned about information in transportation, strictly in e-commerce, just to see that we finish our paper in time. Amongst the e-commerce platforms that deal in transportation, SafeBorder, Uber, Bolt, Taxify, Jumia, and the rest. Some of the frameworks that exist to help limit on the concerns of security are HADOP and Endpoint Protector. Though they are existing, they also have some weaknesses like issue with small files, slow processing speed, no real-time data processing, not easy to use, lastly, no user consent. Also, Endpoint Protector, which is more sophisticated, has issues like data theft, and also the last one, no user consent. Despite the numerous functionalities, those frameworks have some weaknesses, as you've seen, but we shall not dive into everything. But for the purpose of this research, we are concerned about notification to the end user by the third party when the data is being accessed. Our research motivation, we start with the main objective. Our main problem, unauthorized access and misuse of data. The causes include interceptions, misuse by the third party, lack of user awareness, whereby some of the consequences are blackmail, financial losses, and the rest. Despite the many challenges, for this purpose, we shall solve or we shall address unauthorized access and misuse of data arising from lack of user awareness when their data is being used. Our main objective was to improve user awareness when their data is being used, hence enhancing confidentiality and privacy of data, which is our main research area. In the methodology, we use the data science, cognitive theory, since it allows creative improvement on already existing works, plagiarism philosophy. We are solving real-time problem. We used quantitative and qualitative. Also, we did review literature, interviews, we did observations, focused group discussions, to mention but a few. Among the groups we did, we interviewed over 120 of the users who use e-commerce platforms. Thank you, that was all.
Thank you. I think you are good on time. From the panelists, any comments, any questions? Yes, please.
So he was anticipating. Sorry about that. Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, I was just rushing with time. I anticipated that I would that's why I just said design science, but of course, as you can see, I had to put the definitions, but time was against me. Thank you.
Okay, Simon? When you are still presenting, you talked of embedded systems. And as far as I know, even amidst us now, we have embedded systems. So I would advise you that you limit your scope. Please tell us which kind of embedded systems are you targeting, are you looking at, and why are you looking at that specific embedded system? Is it the most, attacked system, and so on and so forth, rather than you telling us that we are focusing on embedded systems? Then I was also interested to know, you just mentioned your sample was 120. However, you didn't tell us how you reached 120. Thank you very much.
Thank you. About the framework, that will be our thesis. But here I was trying to answer objective one, where I was saying I'm trying to do awareness where on the lacking bits of the frameworks. I had showed you adopt and endpoint amongst the frameworks, and the weakness I circled out was lack of awareness and consent. For the next one was about the embedded system. For the embedded system, as you said, there are very many, even the microphone, even the phones, even the laptops, all of them, they're embedded systems. I said they were wide, but I narrowed it to transport. In transportation, I further narrowed it to e-commerce platforms that are using transportation. So further that, they all use GPS, which will be narrowed out. GPS works in a triangular form. It uses 3 satellites and gives you a specific location. So amongst the information that is shared is the location. Of the many embedded systems, they use them to be hacked, like the incidents of the Honorable that happened recently. I won't mention the name, but they hacked using the embedded systems that are on the phone. So here we narrowed it to GPS, where we went to transport. Transport, we did Uber, Jumia, we did Gigi, we did Taxify and all that. When you log into your system and you want Taxify to take you to Mbarara, they stay with your information. They know every time you shift from here to there. For the purposes of the other high-end people, the banks, the ministers, the high-end people, someone knows the pattern of an individual, knowing that from today, 7 a.m. you're here, this time you're there. So they can use it for any purpose. Maybe putting rob on you, maybe stealing a bank. Actually, there is no bank in Uganda that has not been robbed, though they don't tell us. Because if they tell us, we shall run away. Hopefully I've answered you, Dr. Simon.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you, Hamia. You're doing very nice work. But I think for me, my take on what you're doing is that you might need to work on how to tell your story a bit better. Because you have like 10 slides trying to introduce your story, which is really, I've not seen it done. You should have one slide introducing all this. In telling a good story, less is more. Less is more. So you have to condense all those 12 things, all those things. Actually, I'm actually confused. And I don't know whether it's because I'm in a medical field and this is, actually, this could be your one slide to tell me what your main problem is. And then the next would be your objectives. I don't know whether you've presented one objective or there were more, but the one I saw says that you want to increase awareness, which also confused me, because I thought your study wants to develop a framework. So I don't know if all of you saw that. Your objective says you want to increase awareness of people's unauthorized access. And yet, in this booklet, it says a framework to enhance confidentiality, meaning you want to study something to do with getting a better framework. So what is what?
Thank you, Doctor. As I had earlier said, when we were being told this, we were told to present the progress. My thesis is about a framework to enhance confidentiality and privacy of data. My objective one is to first study the status, then you look for requirements. That's objective one, which I think this paper is trying to answer. We are looking for where is it at, where is it supposed to be. Then in objective 2, which is already there, the paper is about logs, which is a design framework. So for this one, I'm not presenting the thesis itself, I'm presenting a paper that is contributing to the thesis, which is a framework to enhance confidentiality and privacy of data.
Yeah. So that should come out. That should have been your message to me, because you want me to advise you on that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so you have to tell me that this is what you're actually doing. And then we can see, like, which methods are you applying?
Yes, about what you're saying, on the slides being very many, I was trying to bring it from the top, since it's a wide study, to bring the embedded systems and how they flow until where we are at. But the slide you think that you wanted, I think this could answer, because it entails the main problem, what causes them, few of the causes, there are very many, and the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. But what you should have picked is that the packaging. And when you say you are presenting a paper, ideally you should be talking about objectives. How far are you in your PhD journey? The paper has come from a thesis. A thesis, you can have as many papers from the whole research work, but the objectives you set out. Now where are you?
This paper was published. Why I'm presenting it is, it has not yet gone on the cloud. It was published on the university where I teach, the University of Utamu. That's the International Journal of Technology and Management. This is objective 1. But objective 2 is already developed, but I felt it was wrong for me to present objective 2 before I present objective 1. But even objective 2 is on the laptop. If you could give me 10 minutes, I would present objective 2. Thank you.
Yeah, we have now 3 minutes or 2. 1. Now from the audience, any question, comment?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jessica Haber. I'm visiting from Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. So I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for presenting. I know it's always nerve-wracking to get up in front of all of your colleagues and present. I just want to second what Stephen had to say, because I think as a student, you're focused on trying to understand the issues, and so that's what you present. And you spent a lot of time on your introduction. But I think it's a very common error that students make when they present to an audience, is we want to get to the point. We want to know what the problem is, and then what's your question? And then tell us how you're going to answer your question. Like with your slide on the frameworks, that I was really excited to see what the framework was so I could understand what you were going to do, and you just glossed right through it, and I didn't really understand what those frameworks were. And then when we got to the methodology again, you kind of glossed through that, and I was looking for the results, and I didn't see that. So I think, consider your audience. As Stephen was saying, we want to understand what you're trying to do and change and where you are. And then I think you'll get much better feedback on the process and what you're trying to do. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
I think that marks the end of your presentation and response to comments. And you can continue interacting with the panelists and the members here so that you can seek for advice where necessary. Now, next, we have Moses Impire. It is Jordan. Sorry. Oh, sorry. You have already loaded your presentation? Jordan Tambi Amanyire. Depression associated factors and psychosocial interventions among elderly individuals living with HIV in Mbarara City, southwestern Uganda. Okay.
Thank you so much.
And the timekeeper is Simon.
Members, once again, you are welcome. Jordan Amanyire are my names. And my supervisors, I'm not seeing them here, but Dr. Kundo Godfrey and Dr. Irene, I see they are not seeing them. My topic is depression, associated factors and psychosocial intervention among elderly individuals living with HIV/AIDS in Mbarara City, southwestern Uganda. So when we talk about depression, it is a mood disorder which is characterized by persistent low mood, loss of interest in pleasurable activities, feeling of hopelessness, disturbed sleep, loss of concentration, self-blame, loss of esteem according to Charlotte et al. 2017 and World Health Organization 2017. And Uganda is among the top 6 countries with the highest number of people who have depression, according to the study which was done in 50 African countries. So it is really a big problem here. And most of the people who had depression in Uganda were from northern Uganda, probably as a result of the war that affected that area for a very long period of time. And when we talk about elder persons, elderly here, we are talking about those who are 60 years and above. Yeah, according to Akena et al. 2015, we are talking about those who are 60 years and above, and they are prone to depression and other health challenges, according to World Health Organization 2018. As we all know, in Uganda, life expectancy now is high, around 64 years. So as you grow older, you are liable to get most of these problems that are affecting elderly people, especially non-communicable diseases, and depression is one of them. Yeah, in sub-Saharan Africa, there are studies which were done about depression. And for instance, in South Africa, it was found at 47%, in Nigeria, 66%, and in Uganda, according to Nyanda, it was 47% of people who had HIV at the same time, depression. So problem statement. The government of Uganda has recognized that actually depression is a very big problem, and it is affecting the population seriously, and it has instituted in place measures to combat the problem. However, we are still having challenges of lack of resources and service delivery. More to that, when we grow older, people who get older, they have some challenges. For instance, they have limited access to social support, family care, and most of them lose social obligation and responsibilities. That's what normally happens to people when they grow older. So they need people to come be very close to them. Now with these HIV patients, when they are already taking ARVs also have problems. There is a problem of pill burden. There is recurrence of opportunistic infections. So all those compound the problem of these elderly people. So that's why the study was done, to find out about those issues and see how these elderly people can be helped to live peace-free and success-free. The objectives, I had 4 objectives. One of them was to conduct a systematic review, and that one I have made a protocol, systematic review protocol. I will tell you which. The second objective was to determine the prevalence of depression among elderly living with HIV/AIDS, accessing HIV care within selected health facilities in Mbarara City. The third objective was to explore the factors associated with depression among elderly people living with HIV/AIDS in Mbarara City. And the fourth objective was to assess the effectiveness of behavioral family therapy in reducing depressive symptoms. Behavioral family therapy is a psychotherapy whereby we make use of the family when we are managing these people who have problems. It has been proven to be effective in managing some psychiatric conditions like alcoholism, substance abuse, and not much has been done about how it is effective in reducing depression, more especially around this area. So I wanted to find out, what is its effectiveness in reducing depressive symptoms in this selected area. The significance of the study, the first one, it is for planning purposes. Secondly, to help policymakers. The third one is to help these family members to get to know how depression can be managed, and prevented. Yeah, the study methodology, study design, there are 3. The first one is systematic review, where I have already made a protocol, and that protocol is already submitted to one of the journals, plus one journal. I'm waiting for feedback. Yeah, another study design was a cross-sectional study design. For objective 2 and 3, where one is to determine the prevalence and associated factors, it was a cross-sectional study design. And for objective number 4, about behavior family therapy, it was a randomized control study design, whereby the patients who will be having depression will be divided into 2 groups. One group will be given behavior family therapy, then another one will remain on routine care. So those 2 groups will be followed and observed for a period of 4 months, and after 4 months I will be reassessed to see where really BFT has been effective in controlling depression. Yeah, the target population, they are elderly people 60 years plus. The sample size, I used 265 respondents using that formula. And the selection criteria, I selected those people from Tasso Mbarara, Mbarara Municipal Council Health Center 4, Kakoba Health Center 3, Nyakayo Health Center 3. And exclusion criteria, those who are very sick with severe cognitive impairments are not included in the study. Yeah, sampling method, I used purposive sampling method, and I also used stratified method whereby those patients were categorized according to where they come from. Yeah. Data collection tools, I used PHU9, that is a depression screening tool, and also developed a questionnaire, which I used to find out the associated factors. Yeah, this one I'm talking about. So, data analysis. For objective 1, systematic review. Yeah, I told you I made a protocol was made and submitted. I'm waiting for feedback. And for objective 2 and 3, data was analyzed using starter version 17. Mean and standard deviation were used to summarize continuous variables. and I also used the chi-square test to identify difference between depression and suicidal ideation, and I also used logistic regression to determine the association between variables of interest in depression. So for objective 4, I'm going to use comparative analysis, and also I'm also going to use odds ratio to determine whether BFT is helpful in reducing depression. Yeah, ethical issues. Yeah, it was approved by the REC, MAST. It was also approved by the National Council of Science and Technology, and also community engagement, especially where I'm going to do BFT, and also administrative clearance was sought from the study site. Yeah, and informed consent of clients was also done, where detailed information was given to clients about the purpose of the study. So these are part of the results I've got. Depression and suicidal ideation, what I've got. Yeah, from this graph, all patients who had depression had suicidal ideation. Those ones who had no depression, they didn't have suicidal ideation, according to how you see that graph. So what did I find out? Approximately 8.3% of the participants had depression using a PHU-9 in that score, and 29% had no symptoms of depression. And a total of 32% reported suicidal ideation. So there are relationship between depression and risk factors. There are some factors which I found very related to depression, and some of them are those patients who are staying with family members had less chances of suffering from depression compared to those ones who were not having people at home. And those ones who had other problems, in addition to taking ARVs, also had that challenge. And those patients who had no drug companion were found to have a high risk of getting depression.
Jordan,
yes.
Time up.
So these are the results, and finally, yeah, maybe a summary. I don't want to talk about this on the summary of progress. For objective 1, the systematic review protocol was submitted to PROS 1 journal. I'm waiting for feedback. For objective 2 and 3, it is a manuscript was submitted to PMC Psychiatric Journal. I'm waiting for feedback. And for objective 4, I'm still following up those clients who behavior family therapy. Then after following them, that's when I collect the data and render assess them for depression. Thank you so much.
General, thank you. Yeah, you are tackling a very important area. When you mentioned above 60 that we are prone to depression, so I am in that category. So the panelists.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. Go back one slide. I just want to commend you. No. The slide before the last one, before the thank you. Yeah, that one. I am amazed that you can do all this work. This is a lot of work, and maybe you have a very good committee that is very supportive. What I wanted to say is that, of course, for a doctorate, a PhD, it is more, you focus more on depth rather than scope. I used to see people elsewhere being beaten up that, a PhD is not a bunch of master's degrees where all your projects are, because it takes a lot of time and money. But it looks like you are making good progress, and I really want to commend you on that. Are you already enrolling for objective 4? Jordan? I'm here, right here. Hello, I'm here. Yeah, are you already enrolling?
Yeah, I'm already enrolling.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jordan. This is really good work. I don't know if I missed your main objective. Is it part of that? Is it in the slides? Anyway, okay, it's okay. God, I thought I'd missed it. Yeah, there's something I've noted. You don't engage your audience. In fact, I try to alert you on the time. You are busy focusing on. You need to engage the audience, and you also missed out. You read a lot, and I wish if you could engage the audience, because we can read for ourselves. Because by now I know everything is on your fingertip. So try as much as possible to engage your audience. Otherwise, we'll be interested to see that confidence in you. Okay? Otherwise, that's good work. When it came to, I think, choosing your study site, you correct me, I'm not in a medical field. You mentioned that you looked at Tasso, is it Nyakayo? So there's a slide which has all those. And what I kept wondering, why did you choose those sites? Are they the most frequently, are they visited by those elderly people most? So we need to have that reason why, rather than some. I would think that maybe for convenience. Are you a resident in Balala? So one of the reasons I could think maybe is for convenience, since it is close to you. But once you come out and tell us why, of all the different sites, why did you choose those specific sites? Then the other thing I noted, your slides are too congested, and I think that's why you were struggling to finish. Because once you have congested slides, you are tempted a lot to read. Maybe next time try to summarize them, just have highlights on what you are going to be talking about. Otherwise, this is good work. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Maybe the reason why I chose those study sites, I first went to the DHO to find out where are these HIV patients, most of them, where are they coming from? I got the data from the DHO's office, and he gave me those health units. But our regional referral hospital was one of them. But according to the scope, I was told that actually the catchment area for it is so big that we even have people from Kabare, people from Kamwenje, people from very far distance. So I was guided that to follow them up may be somehow difficult for me. So that's why the hospital was left out. But those health centers are the ones who have the highest number of clients who are HIV positive.
Thank you, Jordan. I must say you have really given time to your work. Dr. Simon has talked about your slides. I need to add my voice that PowerPoint is points with power. You literally brought the entire MS Word into your slides, and that has forced you to neglect us by reading word by word. You need to work on that. Then I also looked at your problem statement. I'm not sure I saw any citations. It turned out to be a story. With research, you're not the first scholar, so you need to appreciate the previous scholars by giving them the credit they deserve. Then, when you talked about your sample and the people that you interviewed, I interested myself on how did you get this sample? Did these people give you this information with ease? How did you handle the issue of confidentiality? How did you get this elderly to disclose about the HIV status? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. When you look at those study sites where HIV patients are cared for, there is a procedure that they normally follow when they are caring for them. One, the approach these people should be in a good way. Two, I involve the staff who were there. So for instance, when I went to one of the health centers, they give you a list of those clients. I got a list of those clients who were 60 years and above. So that's
all those responses. Mine is about the systematic review. What is the purpose for the purpose for the systematic review?
I wanted to find out whether the study I'm going to do it, not only me who has done it. I wanted to find out what other people found out in relation to the topic I'm going to do. So it was one of my objectives to carry it out, but you can't, I was guided that I can't do a systematic review before you submit a protocol, which I have done first, and I'm waiting for, when it comes, I will see how to continue and do the systematic review.
Because I thought the systematic review would have been done before you going into the actual sort of other objectives, so that you know what is available in literature about what you are going to study. That's why I'm worried, because it is almost coming at the end. Yeah. How many minutes, Simon? 2 minutes. Audience? Yes, Edgar.
Thank you, Jordan. You've been commended for the work, so I don't want to water it down in any way. But I'm suggesting for chair of the session that you let the presenters tell us a little bit about themselves before they get into the presentation. I am quite concerned about the slides because I presume you are a PhD student who has been registered for quite some time. But the way the slides have been presented, they are busy. In my own words, I would say quite chaotic. The problem statement slide, there are 2 slides, but it becomes very difficult to discern what gap you are trying to address with this study. So I am hoping, because even the first presentation, the slides were essentially the same. I mean, we get things from Word thrown onto slides, but as one of the panelists suggested, it should be, this is a PowerPoint presentation. From our department, we recently had presentations of master's students, and anybody who had slides like those initial slides of Word thrown onto the PowerPoint would skip those slides. So I am quite hopeful that in your next presentation, maybe the symposium next year, probably there will be improvement. This is a comment to all the PhD students who are presenting this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar, for that comment or advice. Jordan, we come to the end of your presentation. Yeah, hopefully take the comments, the advice positively. This is a journey, and the people here are helping to advise you, to support you as you move. Yeah, but the issue of engaging the audience, even when you are responding to panelists, you are trying to avoid them. Maybe it is the way you are standing. You know, sometimes the setup of our place is also a bit complicated, because ideally you should be sitting whereby you have your laptop in front of you. The laptop is there. But all the same, by now you know your work. It is your work, by the way. You should only glance there and be able to tell the audience that whatever you want to present to them. So, thank you. Give him a round of applause.
supervisor is Professor Edgar Munogo, and I'm here to present to you the progress of my work, exploring health literacy among decision makers at household level and its influence on use of skilled birth attendants. This is one of the objectives, and we'll see what other aims we want to achieve. So, based on the demographic health survey done in 2016, we note that only 7 out of 10 pregnant women in Uganda, in rural areas, use skilled birth attendants during childbirth. And skilled birth attendants basically are found at health facilities. So facilities that are mandated to offer delivery services are from the level of health center 3. Various researchers have documented challenges or factors that are associated with delivery outside health facilities, including things like low levels of education, rural residency, and poor quality of health services. And we know that there have been efforts invested in improving the quality of maternal health services, for example, through the Millennium Development Health Initiatives. And now we have got the Sustainable Development Goals that we wish to achieve globally. So our interest was to be able to find out what else, knowing these factors and the efforts that are being put in place, what else could explain the patterns of use of skilled birth attendants, particularly to try to understand what can explain the fact that there are those women who continue to give birth outside health facilities despite the improvements that have happened so far. So we looked to health behavior models, and we picked on the integrated behavior model, which identifies a number of clusters of factors that predict behavior. And we noted that among them towards the behavior, performing the behavior, and also the perceived norm. Basically, we note that attitudes and norms like use of skilled birth attendants, the advantages, the disadvantages people think about when they think of using skilled birth attendants, but also the social influence. What other people within their immediate environment, for example, the partners, what they expect of them, their mother-in-laws when we talk of pregnant women, but also what other women within their community are doing. Now, having known that, we thought about the fact that using skilled birth attendants requires making decisions, because we have said that you have to go to the health facility. So we wanted to understand really what influences this decision making around use of skilled birth attendants. So we borrowed from the concept of health literacy, which says that health literacy, which is about having the ability to access information, factual knowledge about health behavior, healthcare interventions, health systems, knowing the structure of the healthcare system, where to get, for example, skilled birth attendants, the services that are actually offered there, but also having the skills to interact with these sources of information like the healthcare providers, being able to assess the credibility of information that one gets, whether it is from the community leaders, whether it is from information on the radio, and also being able to maintain relationships, for example, relationships with their partners, but also relationships with healthcare providers. And the other core area of health literacy being that at the end of the day, what is important is to be able to make an appropriate decision. An appropriate decision, in this context, we are saying that which is recommended for the most recommended practice, for mothers where to give birth from, to have a safe delivery, which is to deliver with the assistance of skilled birth attendants. Health literacy has been shown previously to be associated with good health outcomes, high health literacy that is, but if a person has limited health literacy, then they are predisposed to having poor comprehension of health information, but also research has shown that they are less likely to use preventive services. So we thought it would be a useful concept to try to learn from, to understand issues of childbirth and use of skilled birth attendants. So we aimed to explore this concept of health literacy and assess health literacy of decision makers at the household level, the man and the woman, and also its influence on the behavior and behavior intentions. What we did is that we conducted a qualitative inquiry, basically interviews and focus group discussions, and selected districts in southwestern Uganda. Those who were eligible to participate were women and men who had had a childbirth experience within 3 years before the data collection. So for the man, it is that the wife of that man had had a delivery within the past 3 years. We selected participants in a staged manner. First of all, we identified those health facilities, some of which had good performance in terms of use of skilled birth attendants, whereas others had poor performance, which is a reflection of what is going on within the communities that those health facilities are serving. And this information was obtained from the district health offices. And then for each health facility identified, we asked the in-charges of those facilities to identify two parishes, one which was high-performing and another one was low-performing in terms of use of skilled birth attendants. And then eventually we worked with the VHTs to select men and women such that there would be a mix of those who had experience of giving birth in a health facility where skilled birth attendants are found and those that had delivered from home. When we collected information, our guiding questions included the information that these women and men were basing on to make decisions, to plan for where they would give birth from. So the data analysis is ongoing, and we are using the critical realist thematic analysis approach. And the reason we chose this approach, it is that we are interested in identifying the underlying explanations for what people are telling us, what the women and men are telling us about their experiences, the events that they have gone through, what can explain what has actually happened, so that we hope that we can be able to identify some areas in which we can hopefully in future develop interventions and be able to improve engagement of families in the process of safe childbirth. So some preliminary findings. First of all, to note that we did 22 interviews and 8 FGDs. And as we note that participants were largely involved in subsistence farming and having completed primary 5. Yeah? We used the criteria of primary 5 as a level where we think somebody with primary level education might be able to have basic skills in reading, like in Runyankore Ruchiga, as that might be an important skill for accessing written information, but also for improving comprehension of information obtained during interactions with others. We found that the health workers and health facilities, they were reported as the key sources of credible information, accurate information that the men and women relied upon for decision making. I think what was also interesting was to note that participants said when we asked them about accuracy of the information, they said, we'll know that this information is accurate if When I have been told, I go to the health facility and my experience confirms what I have been informed about. So that consistency of the information was very useful.
Elena, time up.
Okay, so the next steps is that among other areas that we will be looking at is to dig deeper into this data and determine whether actually health literacy as a whole concept is what is really important, or just the information and the quality of information that women and men obtain during antenatal care, if that is what really matters. And then we will also be looking at the role of the women's social network in influencing decisions around use of skilled birth attendants. Thank you.
Thank you. Except you have to own your work. I know you have a study team, but now here it is you. We are seeing who is before us, not we. It is I. Panelists.
Thank you so much, Elena. I think members can agree that you put some time into this PowerPoint presentation. At least I didn't see some evidence of copying and pasting. So that's commendable. The other comment is what I had already mentioned earlier. I think as a directorate, we need to see how to support our PhD students. I don't know whether Batwala is here. Storytelling is very important as the story itself. I think we are focusing a lot on the technical, but how to bring out this information is also important. So I think even before we finish, members, I think when you leave here, start practicing how to tell your story in the shortest possible time. 10 minutes is what even I've seen clinical trials, Jessica here knows, in multi-millions of dollars. They will only give you 10 minutes. And you have to tell everybody what you have done in 8. So this is really good. But Dr. Elena, you have to see how to cut down. And then my other comment is on the scope. I know you had maybe slide before this, previous slide that you enjoyed. Something about the next analysis that you plan. Are these part of this work? No, previous slides. Yes, other areas for analysis. Are they part of your PhD work, or they are just suggested as offshoots from this particular analysis?
So I would say that they are all part of the PhD work, although the three. So the first one, it is to say we are trying to understand which is more important. Is it health literacy as a whole, or is it just the quality of information that women are getting? And the last one, probably the last one, I think it is also still connected, not initially stated as a research question per se, but from what I am getting from the analysis of the data, right? I note that, there are, so on one hand, while there are some people who are saying that we follow the health worker recommendations, but actually there are those women who are high risk, like a woman who has been sick during pregnancy or has had a previous scar, right? But you see them delaying, hesitating to deliver from a health facility, and I'm trying to figure out through the data why are those kinds of women not following the advice of health workers.
So do you have an idea of the time that you have to do this? Because I know this is for academic work. You need to graduate. Mm-hmm. and then we can look for the Nobel Prize afterward. So like, do you have a sense of, you know, are you doing everything concurrently, or you are learning from one and doing it?
I'm doing everything concurrently. I would say like the last one is not a must. I think it's not a must to do for the PhD program, but the second one and the first one, they are part of it. So within the data that I already have.
Okay.
Thank you, Elena. This field is a bit out of mine, and I must tell you that somewhere I got confused. However, I still think your scope may take you more time. Maybe you need to redefine your scope. And there's somewhere you talked about the sampling, how you handled it. I want to think you meant stratified. Maybe you need to read about stratified sampling and see how to figure it in your methodology. Otherwise, good work.
Thank you.
Brief one. Thank you, Elena, for your presentation. When you are introducing yourself, you said that you started your PhD at 2014, and we are in 2023. Is there any challenges? Are there any challenges you are finding?
There have been challenges in the past for sure. Yeah, that's why I'm still here as a student. So this data was collected in 2019, right? And so because of challenges that are not to do with the institution, eventually I have managed to be granted study leave. So at this moment, I'm fortunate to be on study leave to be able to focus on analyzing this data and writing the thesis. So I would say that despite the challenges that have occurred in the past, I am very hopeful of a victory.
Okay, I hope you also asked for an extension.
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Now, my question, if they are just comments, I really fail to understand the role of men in your study. Yeah, you just mentioned them, then you ran away from that. And the other thing is, you said women, they tend not to go to visit the hospitals to give birth. And I was wondering, what could be the other reasons? Could you try to look at the social factors? You know, some people, they are not well off. You know, they don't have the money, and so on and so forth. So I thought, when you put that in mind, maybe men are not supportive. You know, after getting them pregnant, they run away and so on and so forth. So could you also maybe enlighten more on that? Thank you.
Yes, so the social factors that you have highlighted, they have been identified before, and they are actually showing up in the data. So my focus is on understanding the role of information in decision making. That's where I will try to put more effort so that if we understand better the decision-making process, hopefully we can be able to design interventions that can support men and women to become more prepared for safe childbirth.
Thank you. Time? Time is over. One burning one.
Thank you very much. It's really important work. And I just want to build a little bit off of the last comment. Because I think if we've learned anything from the COVID pandemic, we've learned that information is not enough. You know, so much depends on our belief systems, who we trust. And I'm curious about the order in which you've done your work. So can you comment why you started with literacy? You know, is that something that you found in the field that was lacking, like knowledge about the role of literacy in decision making? Because I imagine there may be some out there on that. Because at the end you said that the high-risk women would not really be necessary, but I'm actually most interested in that. Like, why are the ones who really need to be going in not going in? And does that really depend on literacy? Because I think these are all important issues, but you know, this all takes time, research that's really resource intensive. And so thinking about the process of how you came up with your questions, the order that you're pursuing them in, and just making sure that you've learned what you can from the literature so that your contributions are unique and really move the field forward. So I know that that's a lot in like in one or two questions, but if you could just comment a little bit on the process.
Okay, so in the beginning, the literature revealed all these socio-economic, socio-demographic, cultural health system gaps that were influencing the women's use of health facilities, which is, you know, use of skilled birth attendants. And so, but then for those women who were not using, I kept asking myself, you know, so all this that we know, but what's going on really in the mind of this woman, or in the surroundings of this woman, what is actually going on that can explain why they decide not to use, not to go to a place where a safe childbirth is, okay, almost guaranteed, right? That's what I thought, but actually I'm seeing, you know, opinions that shock me, like when a person, not one, says, you know, we know that if you are to die, you can even die in a health facility, right? So I'm having those kinds of revelations. But anyhow, I tried to think, what's going on in the mind of this person? What is influencing the choice that they are making, right? Beyond the money, beyond the you know, the education levels, as we have said, beyond what's going on at the health facility, that maybe health workers are rude, right? But can't I maybe say, if I really think that a safe childbirth is a must for me, like that's what I really want, can't I, you know, find ways to just say I will tolerate the bad things, but I'll make sure I go there. Like, that's what was in my head, yeah? And so my effort is towards trying to understand what's going on. What can we do to help, you know, someone go to the health facility, because we think that's where there is the highest opportunity for a safe birth. Yeah, I don't know.
You can continue the discussions. You're still around. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, at long last, now it is Pedro. Moses is going to make a presentation on antimicrobial activity of medicinal plant extract used in the treatment of tuberculosis by traditional medical practitioners in Uganda. Yeah, so Moses, you are welcome. 10 minutes presentation, 10 minutes discussion.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Mpeire. I am a lecturer in the Department of Microbiology at MUST, and enrolled for PhD 2017, so I'm quite old, but coming towards the tail end. So I'm looking at antimicrobial activity of medicinal plant extracts commonly used by traditional medicine practitioners in Uganda. My supervisors, Associate Professor Joel Bazira and Dr. Duncan Sesazi, both of Mbarara University. So, TB, tuberculosis, remains endemic and still a global burden. And about the epidemiology, in 2021, World Organization estimated 10.6 million individuals to have contracted with TB. Out of 10.6, 1.6 million people died of it globally. Then in Uganda, the same year, 2021, we had 91,000 cases, and of which we had 12,500 deaths. That is by World Health Organization 2022. Then the challenge has been complicated by emergence of these resistant strains, MDR and XDR, and we have numbers to 1,500 in 2021. That's Ugandan numbers. Then XDR, extensive drug-resistant strain, we had 4 lab confirmed cases in 2021. So treatment of TB requires multiple of drugs, 5 in a period of 6 months, at least 6 to 9 months for those patients who are susceptible to drugs. So this results into low compliance and poor adherence to treatment. So who estimated that globally about 80% of individuals worldwide still use traditional medicine in fight of numerous ailments, and medicinal plants may offer new hope as source of bioactive molecules involving alternative medicines for TB. So this is even a call for World Health Organization such that they can exploit on those medicinal plants such that we can, regarding even on the resistances that are developing. Combination of standard anti-TBs and medicinal plants is not uncommon, and Uganda is not an exception either. So we need to ascertain the effects. There is need to ascertain the effects of interaction of these medicinal plants and standard anti-TBs. So the origin of this study, in 2013, Bunarema is from Makere and others conducted a survey in central Uganda, specifically in PG and Butambara districts in Uganda. They reported 90 plant species that were used by traditional medical practitioners in Uganda to be used for treatment of TB. And of that 90 plants, 2 were reported to be the priority plants, and those were Xyram, Library, and Rubia cordifolia. So some studies have looked at antimicrobacterial activities of Xyram, but further characterization of these plants has not been done in our setting and even elsewhere. So our study or research objective was to evaluate the antimicrobacterial activity of the 2 medicinal plant extracts, which are commonly used by TMPs in the treatment of tuberculosis in Uganda. So these are our specific objectives, my specific objectives we were taught. That one is to determine the in vitro antimicrobacterial activity of plant extracts using resazurin microtiter assay or REMA, and that one has been published. Then the second one is to determine the combination effect of standard anti-TB drugs and extracts of these two priority plants, Xanthoxylum ripley and Rubia cordifolia. Then the third is to determine the cytotoxic effect of these plant extracts on macrophage cell lines, and precisely we have used J774 macrophage cell line. Then the fourth is to determine intracellular activity of these extracts using still the cell lines, macrophage cell lines, J774. So we have, for the purposes of today's presentation, we are going to look on only two objectives, 1 and 2. So this one is in red. This one, we are still analyzing data. The fourth one has not been done yet because of some constraints that we are meeting. So these are research questions. They specifically try to query to understand the objectives I have set. So methods. So objective 1, which is the mycobacterial activity, I collected plants, and then we prepared the plant materials. We did extraction using 3 solvents. That is water, which is commonly used by these traditional practitioners. Then ethanol and methanol by cold maceration. MTB isolates, Mycobacterium tuberculosis isolates. We used pan-sensitive MTB H37RV, which is the reference strain. Then we also used rifampicin-resistant reference strain, which is TMC331. Then, in addition to these 2 reference strains, we also used 2 wild strains. These were clinical MTB strains. One was rifampicin-resistant, another one was rifampicin susceptible. The bioactivity was done using REMA, as I had indicated in the objective. So we determined the minimum inhibitory concentrations of these extracts against the stated isolates. So this is about the preparation of the drugs. These are controlled drugs, isoniazid and rifampicin. Then ZL is Xanthoxylum ripley, then Rubia cordifolia. So this is about the preparation from the stock solution, then to working solution, and then the range that we had in our REMA. So method for objective 2, which is about combination of anti-TBs and plant extracts. So this is the preparation of the, this side, it is the final drug extract concentration. So 1 to 500. So 1 is for rifampicin, that is in micrograms per mil, to 500 micrograms per mil of the extract. So results, objective 1. So we have aqueous, ethanolic, and methanolic extracts of Xanthoxylum ripley. These are the results, how they were effective. This is minimum inhibitory concentration values.
Moses, it is time up.
Okay, so in conclusion, this is for 2. We see rifampicin and isoniazid in combination with these extracts. We can see on MDR, multi-drug resistant, the percentage inhibition of these of the drug. Rifampicin is this one, 29, isoniazid 5%, then ethambutol is 38, and streptomycin 52%. But on combination with the extracts, these are the percentage inhibition up to 100%, including some additive or synergism.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists.
this is really exciting. I have lost very many people to tuberculosis, so this is very interesting stuff. And so the bigger question I have is, when are we going to animal studies and clinical trials? But just commenting about this, this is good work. My advice would be that when you're presenting or sharing, try to include some pictures. For instance, how does the plant look like? I don't know if I'm the only one who was curious to see, what does this plant look like that can revolutionize TB treatment? Don't make it so boring with words and things. Then the other related thing, you have 10 minutes. You have a lot of data, but you are presenting tables. Where are the figures and graphs? I would have expected, usually when I see preclinical studies, they have too many graphs that are confusing, but yours is the first where I didn't see a single graph of MIF, the minimum inhibitory concentration, and to see whether the extract had an effect, even if it is small, but it's easy to see on a graph. So maybe in your next, even in your publications, I think you need to have lots and lots of graphs where you are comparing the plant extract to the drugs which are already available, and then you have the MIFs and all those cutoffs to show whether there is some promise, because all of us are looking for efficacy or commercial interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Moses. And it's really good work. And recently, I'm doing a lot of work in MR resistance. Now, I really wanted to know the difference, because I guess by the time what motivated you, you wanted to be a little bit different from the traditional healers. Because I know what they do. They get the plant, pound it, get water, mix it, give it to the patient. Now, when you presented this, I was like, wow. Now, what is the difference? I would have loved to get to know from after getting the extracts, the plant extracts, because I don't believe that the entire plant extract is responsible to have an activity with the bacteria. So as a scientist, I really have loved to see that. What are the specific compounds in that plant which is responsible for the activity against the bacteria? In fact, when you are presenting, I was I think this should be the difference. Rather, I find it a little bit hard to get the difference now between the other traditional healers and you now, the scientist. So I don't know if it's too late for you to think in that direction, but it can open your mind. Then the other thing, I want to add on to my colleague. Really, when we talk of plant extracts, we would be specific. We would want to know, are they the leaves? Are they the roots, the stem, and so on? Otherwise, we might assume it's the entire plant. We get it all somewhere, we pound it, crush it, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, this is really, really good work. Thank you very much.
Dr. Simon.
Thank you, Moses. My concerns are almost like the previous panelists. Scientific as it looks, if you had added for us images, graphs, it would make this simpler. Because my interest as I was reading this and listening, I wanted to see how is it different from the herbalist I know in my village. But I waited for that part and I could hardly comprehend. So maybe going forward, you need to make it visual. Because I remember when I was doing my PhD, they said if you cannot explain it to your grandmother, then you don't have the research. So you should have let these people follow with you so that you reduce on the text, since you already know that your work is complex for outside scientists. But through following, you have good work. Good luck.
Thank you.
One of the panelists is demanding for an answer. Stephen, can you remind him?
Animal studies. Yes. So that is after understanding the bioactivity of the plants. So this is like preliminary work, which proceeds to animal studies, then to clinical studies. So far, we are still on the preliminary stages of the study of these plants. So from these bioactivity studies, then we shall go to cytotoxic and then intracellular, knowing that TB is an intracellular organism. Then we have to, that's where now animals will go in, either to study the work, the ability of these extracts on the entire animal, like a mouse. When you when you infect the mice with TB, then subject the infected mice with plant extracts, and you study the effect of these plant extracts, and thus the intracellular TB.
If I'm the Minister of Science, or the President for that matter, I have a very excellent scientist from Bara University trying to get us something on TB. How far are we to that stage? Because I think as a PhD student, and this also goes to others, when you're presenting your work, you have to present it in such a way that, actually a PhD is a very political degree. To go, what do you need? Because I'm the politician in the room, I'm trying to see of all these scientists here, which one should I fund? I have some people from MGH here, by the way, these guys have lots of dollars.
I know that.
So like, we are trying to find the best.
So as soon as we are done with the cytotoxic studies, because they are the ones that lead us to that way of animal studies, we cannot proceed to animal studies before knowing the effect of these extracts on cells, on cell lines. It is my next objective. So in a month or two, because I'm doing my work in Makerere and I'm working here at MAST, so there are some internal issues to address.
So that will be, okay, you wanted to respond?
Yes, about whether we use the entire plant with the roots or some plant parts. Yes, we used some plant parts, Dr. Simon. So for the Dansozyrum, Lipreri, the first plant, we used the bark of the plant. It is a big perennial plant. Then Rubia cordifolia, we used the leaves and the stems. It is a small leafy plant. So that's it. I thank you for the comments, and I take them in good faith.
Time? It's over. Yes, two hands. Let me start with this one. Quick.
It's a quick one. As PhD students, I think we are always under a very critical eye. Your topic has a spelling error. If it can be splashed, maybe you can pick it yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. I'm wondering if you have taken any step to engage any registration services bureau, like Uganda Registration Services Bureau, for this work, your finding, or any other body, so that your discovery is protected.
I haven't contacted any. Thank you for your advice. I will take it on.
Last one.
Thank you, Moses. For me, it wasn't clear, because usually you report minimum inhibitor concentration and minimum bactericidal concentration for other bacteria. Were those mycobacteria killed by the extract? Killed?
Yes.
For you think of other progress?
Yes, the percentage inhibition, where you are seeing 100% inhibition, it indicated that it was totally killed. The mycobacterium was totally killed, and there was zero growth.
Zero growth on media. And
on
what about
media.
the resistant organisms?
And even resistant organisms. So this side, this is MDR, a resistant strain. This is the pan-sensitive strain. So here we can see, let me go for rifampicin. So with rifampicin, we can see how 29 is percentage inhibition on media. So we had, this is the standard without any drug, that is a control without any drug, 282. Then with rifampicin, which is here, then we had 107 colonies, and out of 152, giving us 29% inhibition, meaning that we had these colonies. But while we are seeing zeros, there was no growth on media, giving us 100% inhibition, percentage inhibition.
Thank you. Thank you. We can give him a round of
Thank you.
applause. Thank you for the work done. Director, do we still have time to make one presentation? Now, I'm told the health break is delayed a bit. A few minutes, we can have one presentation. And is Frederick Waswa around? Can you have your presentation loaded and present? Sorry to have hijacked you. You were expecting to present after break, but there is some time and we don't want to be just seated here because bring it here. Frederickson is going to make a presentation on extraction of Cryptococcus neoformans DNA from the blood for diagnosis of meningitis in Mbarara, Uganda. Then John Baptist Asimwe, are you around? You could also have your presentation loaded. You never know, we might have time. Even Michael Byamukama, Kennedy Kasaza, and Walter Ujok. You can have your presentation loaded here so that when time comes, we continue the presentation. Okay, Fredrickson, you can start.
All protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. I'm Fredrickson Waswa from the Department of Microbiology, and this morning I'm presenting on the extraction of Cryptococcus neoformans DNA from blood for diagnosis of meningitis in Mbarara, Uganda. My supervisors are Associate Professor Wazira Joel and Dr. Katete David from Makerere University. Professor Joel is from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Next. Okay. So, Cryptococcus neoformans is encapsulated yeast that causes infection, mostly meningitis, in immunocompromised and immunocompetent individuals. About 223,100 cases of cryptomeningitis, 181,000 results in 2 days each year, and of this, they count for 73 in South Saharan region. In Uganda, Cryptococcus neoformans accounts for 60% of the meningitis. Its transformation from the lungs is through to central nervous system is through blood, and the way of the way the sample is picked is invasive, and all that makes it a little bit hard to get. So in this method, we spiked Cryptococcus neoformanis cells in expired blood and extracted its DNA. Okay, this is possibly the workflow. We will be comparing two samples, CSF and blood. We want to compare the results and see whether blood could be used for diagnosis of meningitis. But this morning specifically, I will be looking at blood. So we will have our two samples. We extract our DNA, measure, look at the quality. From there, we will do a PCR. A PCR is just to confirm that the sample we are using has Cryptococcus. But what we will be using in our project, we will be using mini-iron whole genome sequencing equipment that sequences DNA directly without PCR processes. So this morning, specifically, I'm looking at to extract, my specific objective is to extract Cryptococcus DNA from blood and using different methods to lyse the red cells. We have two areas, or we have two methods that we have been using. We used the lysis solution and oxbile. All these are able to lyse the red blood cells. The challenge with blood, it's a little bit complex. So extracting DNA from blood is a little bit complex. So most of the time that we have spent is to optimize how we can extract our DNA from blood. Just as I said, we spiked these crypto cells in expired blood. Then we used those two methods to lyse the cells. Then from that, we continued with the chemical. We extracted our DNA using the chemical method, and then quantified and looked at the quality of the DNA that we are extracting. The PCRs were run under the conditions, and we were amplifying SINAC 0922 gene in crypto, and we ran it under the conditions that are shown, and then we performed a gel electrophoresis to look at whether there was any amplification. We were using ordinary PCR. So to determine the limit of detection, because we wanted to be sure how much of the crypto cells can we be able to extract from that sample. So what we did, we made the serial dilutions. From the above, we just used big volumes of crypto cells, but here we had a 0.5 microfarad that again we made serial dilutions. So what we did, we continued to subculture these serial dilutions, and also from the same sample, part of it was allocated for extraction and another one was allocated for subculturing. Then we cultured them, and after we performed, we looked at the growth and also continued for extraction. The other part that we did was to make sure we put the equal amount of blood of cells in the increasing concentrations of blood, or in increasing volume of blood. So what we did in our protocol, we used 1 ml of blood and 4 ml of blood. and now we wanted to see whether if we have less volume or less crypto cells in higher volume of blood, we can still extract it. So it's that the peaks are not coming out very well, but on average, that is the culture, we only had 12 colony forming units. That is where we had a serial dilution of 1 in 100,000 and 1 colony forming unit in 1 in a million dilutions. So when we extracted DNA, that's how we were able to get. The bands are not clear, but at least even where we had 1 crypto cell, we were able to see a band. Much as it was a little bit faint, but we were able to see a band. So all these methods that we used to lyse red blood cells showed good results. Even with when we did when we increased on the volume of blood, here that's when we started seeing a little bit of the difference. We saw that lysis buffer showed good results, and the quality of DNA and bands that were observed with lysis buffer were quite good compared to oxbile. However, the lysis buffer requires more time because it involves a lot of washing. But it is a good method that we have realized and possibly that we would be using in our project to extract DNA. In conclusion, a lysis buffer or solution for lysing red cells gives slightly higher DNA quantities compared to oxbile at the concentration of 1 in a million dilutions. And we were able to amplify bands even with the highest dilution. That implies we can extract DNA even from samples that have very few crypto cells. I would like to thank MAST Genomics Research and Translation Lab, University of Minnesota, IDI, and NIH for supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Fredrickson. I think you are the first presenter to complete your presentation in your allotted time. So from the panelists, this time I'm starting this side.
Thank you, Aswa. Take me to your first slide. No, of course not that. Yes, the background. You have good statistics, but my question is, why start with Sub-Sahara? You want to tell us this is a problem for this region? And if it is for the entire world, so that we narrow down to Mbara, why would you worry if it is not across all the regions? And then the other thing, what is the problem? What are you addressing? Because you seem to more talk of the solution. I didn't pick the problem myself. That is why I am interested in why did you actually think of Bara if the statistics are that level? Thank you.
You are welcome. Cryptococcus meningitis, that is caused by Cryptococcus neoformanis, is mostly common among the HIV patients. And most of the HIV patients are within the sub-Saharan region. So most of these studies have been studied in the sub-Saharan region. However, there is another Cryptococcus gatti that causes meningitis in diabetes and immunocompetent people, but our study is focusing on Cryptococcus meningitis, which is a problem in the sub-Saharan possibly the other problem, currently, like I said, the method of obtaining DNA, of obtaining CSF is invasive. So we believe by the use of blood, it would be able to ease management and diagnosis, most especially in rural health centers, because CSF is only able to be picked by a qualified and experienced medical personnel, which may not be possible in the region. The other reason, these Cryptococcus have been found that some genotypes determine the outcome of patient. The outcome might be bad, or the outcome might be good. So genotyping through whole genome sequencing will be able to give instant results that will alert the clinician that the patient you are managing has this strain that possibly could give a bad outcome, and that will possibly cause the clinician to change on the management of the patient. Thank you.
In simple terms, what is it called Cryptococcus? In layman's, now I'm in computing, just help me understand.
In a layman's language, it's a fungal, or it is a fungal infection that possibly is experienced in the HIV positive patients, and it causes meningitis.
Unlike fungus which eat up bread and make it mold, crypto is a fungus that eats up the brain and kills you. So thanks a lot for your presentation. I think my co-panelists are struggling to let you, are telling you that you need to bring out the justification why this is important clearly. It is clear to some of us who practiced in the days when crypto was killing people before the advent of ART. To diagnose that this person had cryptococcal meningitis, we had to get a sample of the fluid that surrounds the brain. And to get that fluid, you have to do what we call a lumbar puncture, going through the spinal cord. So it's a very painful procedure, very invasive. And I don't know some of you in here, but some of us experienced there is a risk. When somebody gets an infection in the brain, the pressures are so high. So when you tap the spinal cord and the fluid comes out rushing, you would get a complication called coning. Sometimes the brain would herniate down the spine and kill the patient instantly. So it's a very, very traumatic procedure. So attempting to do crypto testing from a blood sample is very important, but you need to bring that out clearly so everybody can understand why. Then also the cost. How much does it cost to do a lumbar puncture and a test compared to what you're going to save us? So, all those things have to come out because you are now doing this at PhD level. Again, if there's a Minister of Health person here, I want to see maybe this test is going to save us $1 million. Those days would do India Inc., but maybe now you want to do the test that you can take off a lab sample. My question, you're saying you're doing the sample on you're taking, you want to extract crypto from expired blood. Is this expired blood from an infected patient?
No.
Or this is purely laboratory science?
Yes, this was purely laboratory science, where we picked expired blood that from blood
so bank. Someone donates, again, we are lay people here.
Yes.
So somebody donates blood, it's supposed to be used within a certain period.
Yes.
Then it expires.
Yes.
So that's the blood you are talking about.
Yes.
Not a dead person.
No. So what we used was expired blood, and we picked crypto cells after growing them, after culturing them or growing them, and we spiked them in blood just to try to optimize. Yes.
What does spiking mean?
Let's say putting them in blood.
Okay.
Yes. Then we extracted just to be so sure that this method, if we start to use patient samples, because this has been to optimize our procedures that we'll be using. So we had to get blood that is not infected, and we mix in crypto cells, then extract. So from here, we can now try, we will proceed with, after getting all the approvals, we are so blessed that we have at least gotten approval from REC. So after all the approval, we will be able now to use the samples, but we wanted to be sure before we start to handle samples that our method is working.
So is it working?
It is.
Thank you. How far are you in your PhD journey?
I'm in my second year, and from here I will be writing. This is a method paper I will be writing. So I believe within the 3 years I will have finished my project.
Okay. From the audience, questions?
So thank you very much for that presentation. I know often reviewers and audiences like this like to criticize, but I would like to compliment you. I think you did a really nice job. It was very clear to the point and could follow it very well. I do agree with the context, and that was my main concern. But my question is that this was funded by an R01. Can you talk about how your PhD fit into that R01 and how you came across that opportunity?
Beg your pardon?
The funding for the study you mentioned was funded from NIH through an R01 grant.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you could comment how your PhD fit into that R01 and how you arranged that. I think that's a very nice model, and there are lots of resources with an R01 that enables work like this.
This funding is under meningitis. So through that project, we were able to come up with the problem that we have in Uganda, and now the project was able to support us.
Right. Now, I think I'm asking more about like the way you found your mentor and the way you got plugged into that team.
Yes.
And others may want to do something like that too.
Yes, we have, like I mentioned, it has helped us, possibly me as a candidate, PhD candidate. I have supervisors and scholars from US where we interact, and one of them came and trained me on how to use mini-ion for sequencing DNA. So to me, it has been a benefit to me because it is exposing me to the technology that is possibly solving a lot of challenges in our world today.
So maybe one comment for the audience. As somebody who's had R01 funding, and I think there will be many people here getting R01s in the future, including PhD students is absolutely allowed and should be, I think, a focus of what we do in global health partnerships like this. And so if you're working with people who have R01s, ask them for PhD slots. And if you get your own R01, include PhD slots. Because the amount of work you've been able to do with all this technology and the reagents and so forth probably would not have been as easy without that amount of resources. And I think it's something that we're not maximizing enough in global health, and it's absolutely within the parameters of that type of funding.
Thank you, but break tea is ready. One quick one.
Thank you for the presentation. I think regarding the use of the blood component, if the Cryptococcus neoformans infects red cells, is that so?
No.
Because you are aiming at lysing the red cells after I have infected them, so I have to extract DNA. What's the natural history?
Cryptococcus infect mostly the white blood cells.
Yes.
But we know that this blood has a lot of components, and elimination, possibly in trying maybe to eliminate the red cells, it is possible you can use the buffer coat. But we just wanted to say, in case we are not able to get the buffer coat because of other challenges, what can we do? And because at the moment, when we were optimizing our methods, the only way that we could start was with whole blood. So there is no way we could possibly maybe first infect these crypto cells in the white blood cells, then come back and extract.
Yeah, I think you need to mention the component that we are using whole blood, but aiming at the white cell portion, of which are going to be affected, and then you extract the DNA. And you seem to be comparing methods of extraction on blood, whereas the standard would be comparing with the CSF. I think you should mention, relative to CSF, what's my message regarding my outcome? Because, you want to bring some new innovation, but which may not be practical because of the costs and the yield. The whole point is, okay, apart from the invasive, which Dr. Sime said, that the lamp puncture is invasive, I think it's good to compare with the CSF in terms of yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, prediction, thank you. For the other presenters, the 4 presentations for this session will be after the opening and ceremony and the like. But right now, it is break tea up. You ascend the stairs. There is some room there up. You will be directed. Then we quickly come back here for the opening program or session. Thank you. For the panelists, we are still here. We still have 4 more presentations after the opening functions. Thank you.
with a wider audience. I want to thank you very much for submitting your work, which you are presenting here today. And also, I commend supervisors for not only allowing you to submit the work, but also to come here and support you. As you present, you are in front here presenting, you can see supervisors also shaking their heads that you are doing the right job. Professor, we are grateful for the PhD initiative, and that's why we are here today. And I want to thank management for resourcing this event every year, and that is a commitment that we shall go on even more years to come. Dear students, we are trying everything within our means to make sure that you fulfill your dream to go away with your degree from this institution. In May last year, we had 29 PhD graduates going away with their degrees. And this number is more than that we had in 2021. We had 24. This means that we are ready to support you to complete your program. But as a student, you have a major role to play. Sometimes you are the one to push your supervisors. If you got sleep, then they might also got sleep. I will not stop reminding you that the university acquired the Turnitin anti-plagiarism software. This particular software has one administrator account, unlimited researchers and lecturers accounts, 1,000 student accounts, and above all, unlimited submissions by the students. And it was deliberately bought for you to test your research at all stages. Therefore, at the end, when you are told that you have plagiarized some material, it should not be a surprise to you because you have all the tools to use. And as a student here, you must have a must email account which you use to log in Turnitin. And it is this account that you use to communicate all your academic matters when you are here as a student. I want to state here that we started teaching the cross-cutting courses, and these are very important courses. We have a set which we begin with that includes philosophy of knowledge, advanced research methods, scholar writing and communication skills, and advanced biostatistics. That is the first set. And then the second set includes research ethics, a computer application in research, institutional pedagogy, and advanced interdisciplinary research methodology. It is important that you acquire these skills because you brought them here, otherwise you would be seeking them from any other institution, yet you are registered here. I'm delighted to report here that we have noted an improvement in the PhD registration. And this can be attributed to customizing the cross-cutting courses classroom entry registration. When we started, we had the people making noise, crying that, oh, I want to participate. I said, no, you have to pay and register because we are teaching the students. Regarding policies, the dual and the joint PhD degree policy was approved by Council. It is now possible for a student to register at MUST and at any other collaborating institution in the world and get either a dual 2-degree certificate or a joint one which is signed by 2 institutions, including a MAST. And this is another way of making sure that we increase the number of international students in the university, which is a strategy for internationalization of our institution. We know that graduate programs are purely private, but we have partners who have continued to generously contribute scholarships for our students. Please allow me to mention a few partners here. We have the Ministry of Health, which is currently supporting 17 Master of Medicine students and 12 Master of Nursing Science students. The Global Health Collaborative, which is supporting 6 M.Med students and 16 Master of Nursing students. There is a Christian Blind Mission in ophthalmology is supporting 7 master students. Then we have staff on Farm-by Track and SIDA who are completing their programs. The MAST IUCU Corps shall support 2 master students and 8 PhD students, together with the Mbara University of Science and Technology, through the staff development scheme to fund students, both masters and PhD. Then there's action towards reducing aquatic snail-borne parasitic diseases in biology. This one is supporting students on joint PhD program between the MAST and another university in Belgium. There's DAAD. This one suspended the scholarship program, but we are resuming in the next academic year. Then your forum is also funding students here. Once again, I welcome you all and thank management, the Board of Research and Graduate Training, and all those who have supported us to host this symposium today. Succeed we must. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our director. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Associate Professor Paul Alele, who is going to give us remarks in relation to research ethics.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have 10 minutes to talk about research ethics, which I know usually makes people very anxious, especially when you have a time frame that is not very friendly. Just by show of hands, how many of you are in the process of submitting your work for ethics approval? Okay, good. Okay, so the majority, I believe, are already on track as we saw this morning. So, research ethics, really something that should not make us anxious. We regulate research to protect participants of research. This includes human research and also animal research. And to avoid the mistakes that have been made in the past. There have been a lot of horrendous things that have been done to a lot of human beings, some races and so on in the past, and we don't want to repeat those mistakes. And so it's important that when you think about research ethics, you think about the positive side of it. There's the side of it which makes us anxious. You get delays, you get, several weeks or sometimes even months before you get ethics approval. And so I think when we think about research ethics regulation, let's think about the positive side, that we are protecting human participants, but also animal participants, that for those who do animal research. And that is really the framework that you should always have in mind. So as a PhD student, For those of you who have gone through this, you know that it's a rigorous process. So usually you start from your faculty, department, and then you get clearance from your faculty, and then you submit to Research Ethics Committee. When you get Research Ethics clearance, you should not stop there. Always ensure that you get that final step of approval, especially at the PhD level. Okay? This is very important. If you are going to do field work, for example, as was shown by some of you who have been in communities, you need approval from the office of the president, which shows that you should be in that community. Okay? There are issues to do with security and other issues. But also it protects you, the researcher, in case things don't go well in certain situations. So that final step is very important. Make sure that you apply to National Council of Science and Technology and get that step done. Now, as regards the protection of humans and animals, and I'll just talk mostly about humans, because for some of you who may be interested in doing animal research, there's a committee that is going to be in place soon, and it will not be MASTREC that will be handling animal research. So there is a committee that is in the process of formation, which will take care of that. Participant research. Please ensure that you get appropriate training in the protocols that you will execute. This includes things like somebody was talking about the laboratory methods. So good clinical laboratory practice, good clinical practice for those of you who will be dealing with human participants, maybe in the hospital. Ensure that you have all these kinds of training. And as the director has just said, there are a lot of cross-cutting courses which are being offered locally, which you should take advantage of and ensure that you get appropriate training, okay, from all those cross-cutting courses. You also get ethics. They require that you show some evidence of training in ethics. There are programs or projects at the university which train people in responsible conduct of research. So as part of your application, we require that evidence. But if you don't attend here, there are also online courses which give you certificates. Responsible conduct. All this is geared at research. So the other important thing is there is a community and that is now available, which I have website. So you need to have a good plan for how you are community, how are you going to feedback to the community, publication, all this is important as you do your PhD. So community engagement. Other than that, you should have a good way, and of course this is always described in your protocol, how you are going to, the things that have been talked about, how you are, for example, of people with basic to submit their proposals for ethics approval. And then the other important thing, as I finish, is engagement with your supervisor. Okay? This has been talked about also. Your supervision team at all levels is very important. And you need to really engage with your supervisory team. From the time you have a concept, an idea, you to study something, your final defense. Because supervision, without adequate supervision, you actually are going to run into some ethical challenges, and these can be ethical challenges which can come your way if you are engaging with your supervisor, and you know. So, so that you have that team in place, contact them as frequently as possible, and as we have a doctoral committee for the PhD students, so that should help you with a lot of questions. So there's together, okay? So when you are writing your protocol and am I going to interview, how many focus groups, how am I going to analyze my data, all that is important. All those questions can, you know, shaped by your supervisory team, and then these are the same questions which are actually looked at when they come to ethics review. We don't just look at ethics, but the two go together. So that is the submission for the process is now online, and it's called the National Research Information Management System, which is managed by the National Council of Science and Technology. So you can account, and that is where you submit the that you have to submit, and then when you get the approval, you also submit. Use the same platform to engage National Council for that final information. So thank you. This is what I can say about ethics. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Lele. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be unfair not to recognize the organizing team that always sat down to prepare for this day. In absentia, allow me to thank Associate Professor Joel Bazira, who was our chairperson. He was always assisted by Associate Professor Vincent Batwala and Professor Jerome Kabachenga. The other members of the organizing team, please stand up for recognition. Yes, Isma, yes, Ronald, Annette, yes, and Kagwa, who is the pioneer of this symposium. One of the pioneer staff with Professor Kamukaman sat down and decided that we should have the PhD symposium to encourage and motivate the PhD students. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at this moment to welcome Professor Dr. Martha, sorry, I wanted to say professor, but from my mouth to God's ears. So Dr. Martha Choshaba, the academic registrar, to give us remarks about the academic matters in Bara University of Science and Technology. But just like Professor Batwala and Professor Lele said, we need to have the university email addresses. Thank you.
Thank you, PRO Angela Nakato. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is it afternoon? What time is it? Okay, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. It's a cold afternoon. I'm glad to stand before you here and talk about academic matters. And I was asking Professor Vincent, what academic matters do you want me to say, to speak about, that are different from what the rest are going to talk about? And he said, you just say something. So I'm going to stand here and just say something. The role that I work on is academic registrar. I am a get person of sorts. That means I make sure that the students who come into Mbara University of Science and Technology are qualified students. And then I also make sure that the ones who get out from the gates of MUST are also qualified. So I am a get person of sorts. And I work assisting the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs. That's according to the Act. That's what the law mandates the Office of the AR to do. But we work closely with the Office of the Director Research and Graduate Training, the Deans of Faculty, Heads of Departments, Professors and Lecturers. One of the daunting experiences that students go through when they join a university is the plethora of policies that they are supposed to understand. I heard Professor Alele saying the science and ethics go together. There is something else that students must also have in their hands, and that is the policies that help them to go through and manage their studies. If you join a university, you are expected to know what is expected of you. When I was doing a PhD at the university where I studied, I was totally confused about what was expected of me. I went from one office to another asking. And you know, what was surprising, the staff who are supposed to be helping did not seem to have an idea. And so there was always a back and forth. Go to this office, go to the other office. No, come back, it is the other one. When does he work? He works at 10. 10, he comes at 2, and then he comes at 5. Where is the phone? It's so frustrating. So I had gone to this university with a certain topic in mind. I wanted to study women in higher education management. When I was tossed up and about in a certain office of the DRGT, I changed my topic. I went to student satisfaction because I was totally dissatisfied. And I said, what about the students at MUST? How do we treat them? How are other students treated? And so I know that one of the things that frustrates students when they come to institutions of higher learning, they don't know where to start from and where to end. I see students coming to my office. Dr. Viola came to my office the other day when she was going to graduate. Thankfully for her, she knew everything, I think. But there are those who come and they're going to graduate, and you say, did you do this? No. Did you do this? No. So, have you paid? How much am I supposed to pay? So that is the thing I want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. We admit you, those who are PhD students. We give you a provisional admission letter for 1 year. In this year, you're supposed to develop your proposal. That is very good. After you've developed a proposal and then you have defended it and all that, the DRGT will present your names at a certain committee, and then we give you another admission letter, a full admission letter. And this admission letter, you're supposed to use it after your proposal. You take about 2 extra years to build on from your proposal. Now what happens is we have students who go right up and finish, and they have never got a full admission letter. So that is the first step. You have a provisional admission letter for those who are beginners, which takes you for 1 year, and then the full admission for 2 years. But the programs, the PhD programs that must take about 3 years minimum, and then we give an extra 2 years. You know, there are issues that could come up here and there. You haven't completed for one reason or another, so you're given 2 extra years. But you still have to ask for those 2 extra years. You see, you don't just come and the danger with PhD, because you are not full-time, it is easy to go away and forget. And I know of a number of people who have taken 7 years on the program, 10 years, 20 years, and they don't ask, they just come. I have come to start from where I stopped. Where did you stop? I don't know, but I've come to start from where I stopped. So you must ask for it. And now we are very strict about it, and that is why there's a DRGT. Before it was an in and out, but now we are very strict. And here at MUST, we actually discontinue PhD students because we don't want you to be do a PhD of a PhD, you know, studying for many years. The first time I sat with my supervisor, he told me, if you are coming here in order to be a student of doing a PhD, as in taking forever, I am not going to be your supervisor. And so we set a schedule, and in that schedule, I was supposed to finish in 3 years. And ladies and gentlemen, I finished in 3 years. So it is possible to finish in 3 years. So after you have got your full admission, then you are supposed to make sure that you work within that time. Now, after you've been admitted, you're supposed to be registered. You become a bona fide student of the university when you're registered. If you're not registered, we don't know you. If you come to the office of AR when it's time to graduate and you have never been registered, we shall not graduate you because we shall say we don't know you. And then we ask you to go through the process again. I mean, start the process afresh. And you can imagine if you've been here for 6 years, you've never registered, then you start saying, what do I do? It's quite cumbersome, and yet it is very easy to do. So you must ensure that you register, and you register for every semester. So if you have a 3-year program, you register 6 times because every semester you're supposed to be registered. Now, if you extend your studies, you pay for those extensions, and ladies and gentlemen, it's quite expensive. So plan to stay on your PhD for a long time. The other issues of, he's talked about the cross-cutting courses. You must ensure that you attend these cross-cutting courses for those particularly who are on, who joined, I think, 2 years ago now. The cross-cutting courses, they are compulsory. If you decide not to attend cross-cutting courses, those online, if you're hearing me, and you want us to present you for graduation, we shall not. Even after you have done 5 years and you've never attended a cross-cutting course, we shall say, sorry, you were supposed to have attended the cross-cutting courses. So these are some of the academic matters that you are supposed to know. All of them are written in a small handbook. It's called the Postgraduate Handbook 2017. Now, what helped me finish at the university where I was? I think because I have been in administration and higher education, I knew that I needed these policies. So I got myself the 2 little books that I was required to have. That was, I think, they were called PhD guidelines, and then another one was a handbook for postgraduate studies. And I sat in one sitting and underlined what I was expected to do. And that helped me because, as I've told you, even as I went from office to office, asking people in the offices and they did not seem to be aware, I would show them what was in the handbook. And that helped me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to know these things. I know that PhDs, we are very busy. There's a lot because we are adult learners. Very few of us are simply studying. Many are working, many have homes. So this is something, academic matters, that we tend to relegate or neglect. And then it comes when we are supposed to be graduating, and then we feel so frustrated because we are tossed up and about. Now, when you go on the MUST website, www.must.ac.ug, you will find the postgraduate handbook. I encourage you to read it. That is where all the academic matters for the PhD students are written. Everything is written there, and it's a simple book written in very simple English. And when you have that, even if you came to office of AR and you're being told you must do it, and it is not in the handbook, you have a right to say, no, I'm not going to do that, because I'm not supposed to do it. Okay? So I hope that the others who are not here will get this information so they can be able to have a good time when they are doing their PhD studies. I hope I have met the objective for which I was put on the program. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martha. In the soft voice, you've emphasized the points, and we've taken them seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome and recognize two deans who have sacrificed and stayed with us in the symposium. Dr. Frederick Nsambuchi Jambu, the Dean, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. He registered, but at least he's around. He's the chair of sessions. And we have Professor Leju Julius, who is also the Dean, Faculty of Science. They're around, but I think they're organizing for something. Yes, our next speakers are to encourage us about the journey of the PhD. What you feel, what you want to do, and you can't do it, they'll tell us about it. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Dr. Viola Mpangwire. Dr. Viola Mpangwire is a lecturer and head of department, marketing and management in Makerere University Business School in Barra campus. She has a PhD in computer science from Barra University. She has a master's in IT and business computing from Makerere. She's well versed. She has studied in different universities, and she's going to share with us. She has studied in at least 3 universities. Dr. Viola, come and give us your experience of the PhD journey and kindly encourage us whether to leave or go or continue with the journey.
Thank you, Pierre. Angela. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamukama. The Academic Registrar, Dr. Masi, Professor Batwara. All professors and doctors in this building, PhD students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Viola Mpangwire. As they have introduced me, I am here to speak to the students. This table is beyond me, but I'm just privileged that I could sit with them. That should be an encouragement. Like a day like today, I was this side and Professor was here, but now I can sit with Professor. That should be good enough. So, dear students, this is doable. I did this in 3 years, and as you can see, I am not a genius. I am just a normal person. To start with, I am a mother of 4, a wife, an employee, and an entrepreneur. A struggling one, but trying. Why am I starting with this? For those that think you are busy for this PhD, you are not. And I am sure for all of you that are doing this PhD, no one forced you, because this is post. You went there to achieve something. So if you went there, please find time. How do you find time? You need to take aside some of the responsibilities. I remember when I was studying, my happening groups, I had to reduce those. Some of them didn't understand me, but later now I have them. But I have them as a doctor. That should be an encouragement. One of my motivations is actually very funny. When I enrolled for my PhD, people in town started calling me doctor. So I was wondering, how do I explain to these people that I am not a doctor? Actually, I have my boss here, Professor Aksimile, used to call me associate doctor. Like, how do I get away from the associate to a real doctor? So, my colleagues, the PhD students, you're already halfway the journey. Regardless of where you are, the biggest part was to start. And when you start, you're halfway the journey. Please make time and get out of this. And if you think, for those that are thinking that it is too hard, one writer called Churchill said, if you think you're going through hell, please keep going. So whatever you're going through, I have seen presenters here, I have seen the years when you started, maybe you've been off and on, please keep going. It is worth the journey. For some of us that didn't carry Viola Mpangwire is a name that was given by my parents. I didn't put my husband's name. So this time I was struggling either to be called Miss, Mrs., or you know those titles. But now I am away from those because I am a doctor. So I encourage you, especially the female gender, we seem to always look for sympathy. I am busy, I am doing this, my husband is not understanding, my children are sick. You are not that busy. You chose this, please do it. For any challenges, I want to thank the management of MAST. Just as Dr. Martha said, some universities actually make this journey harder. But I want to applaud the management of MAST. You really gave me the time. I would meet my supervisor online every Tuesday. So that put me on pressure to always have what? To present. However, these people give you time, but you will not give it time yourself. As you've heard, I work with a university, so I also become a supervisor. You wait for a student for 6 months, they switch you off. Others have the guts of making you busy and blocking you. Then after 8 months, they send their work and they want you to read in 2 days. The feeling is mutual. You cannot be lost and expect me to behave the way you didn't behave. So please, this journey is doable if you're cooperative. When we were presenting, when we started with the discussions, presentations of a PhD student, and I think if I'm not mistaken, he's called Dr. Simwe. He said this journey is political. Unlike the UNEP where you're going to abuse all the teachers and then later you go and sit your exams and someone from nowhere marks, you have to be in contact with your supervisors. So as you do this journey, please appreciate them and please know that they matter. Some of us have been supervising, so I also had some knowledge on research, but I knew these were better than me. And listening was one of the journeys. I don't want to be the speaker for the whole day. Please know that if you're tired, learn to rest, not to quit. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Viola. The next speaker is Dr. Wilbrod Ariatwijuka. He's a lecturer in Faculty of Business and Management Science in the Department of Logistics and Supply Chain. He's also a beneficiary of this symposium. Welcome, Dr. Wilbrod.
Thank you, Angela. The Vice Chancellor, the Academic Registrar, the Director of DRGT, the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm one of the people who came for the symposium, but I almost stopped there. I almost stopped there because after presenting my idea, I was told that what I had was not researchable. It was very painful feedback, but later that evening, I talked to my mother. She asked me one question. She asked that, do I know any of those guys who said you can't do it? I said no. Then she was like, maybe none of them comes from our village. So meaning, she was telling me that this is not personal. Because she said, since she doesn't know these people, maybe they are not doing it on purpose to frustrate me. And that was the point that stuck in my head every time I got issues. So now, after the symposium, of course, I composed myself. The next part, I present to the faculty. And yeah, there I was a bit, they told me things were okay. So I said, now I can proceed and be admitted. But the happiness was short-lived. I risked and went to present at an international management conference. It was organized by MOOPS. This was a room full of professors. It was international. At least it's the first place I've seen so many professors. But while there, I was greeted with hostility of industry scale. It was too much. I was actually told that what I had was so bad. And in fact, one professor, who incidentally was my opponent on my Viva, said, young man, if you come up with such things, never come back here. Of course, I was disappointed. I felt dejected, but I was not defeated. So I, in fact, didn't go for lunch, but while they are wondering, like, what am I going to do? Because it was one of those first sessions where everyone is present. Guest of honor, everyone is seeing what you've presented is actually rubbish. So while I was there, taking some water and wondering what's the next step, I met one of the participants who happened to be a student, and thereafter he became my friend. He's also a doctor now. Dr. Henry is here. So he encouraged me. Dr. Henry, he encouraged me. He said, yeah, it's okay. For him, I think he was right, or I don't know. He said, but at least there is something. I said, okay. I said, okay, there is something. So when he said there is something, now later on, one of the sharp critics was a certain professor, so I approached him, so he guided me here and there. And the advice he gave was the blueprint of my journey thereafter. So sometimes there will be challenges. There will be disagreements with supervisors. There will be disagreements with panelists, examiners. But the most important thing is to understand the messenger first and the message next. Now, many people will give you comments, but do you know them? What is their background? Understand the messenger first and the message next. Sometimes you are annoyed because the person who has given you a comment, actually it's not worth being annoyed at. I mean, maybe someone tells you, I'm not an expert in this field. That's the first comment. But you take it so seriously that they have, if they have not understood, it's okay. Okay? So, but at the end of the day, the most important person is the supervisor. Is the one who is going to give you the degree. So you can afford to disagree with all people. But if you disagree with your supervisor, chances of progressing are minimal. So once there are challenges, please do not take things personally. Be positive. Okay? Identify areas of improvement and be goal-oriented. Now, from the symposium, this could be your takeaways. Ensure you get exposure. Exposure through seminars, exposure through presentations, and peer clinics. I remember we had a clinic where we would present and would critique each other. At this point, I want to thank Dr. Sarah. She was the pioneer chairperson of the clinic. Dr. Sarah, thank you so much. She, of course, I remember we agreed together at the international conference. So from the greeting, she also came with this fire of greeting all of us. I think the anger she picked from this side, she said, now. And it helped us because it was good criticism. Then you need to get the knowledge through reading. You need to learn. You need to listen and consult. And of course, with time, you need to get the skill of presentation. Because you know your work. And in most cases, you think you know until time comes to present it. So you need to develop the skill of presenting what you know. Okay? Then finally, and most important, build a network of a support system. A network of peers, those you have on the journey, the practitioners, the experts in the field. And if you have the exposure, you have the knowledge, the skill, and the network, I assure you, you will manage. Succeed, we must.
Thank you so much. Your journey was really hot, but you made it. Ladies and gentlemen, with us here we do have the Vice Chancellor of University of St. Joseph's, Dr. Divas Karemera. Thank you for being with us. We also have the Director of Quality Assurance, University of St. Joseph, Associate Professor Barije Godfrey. Thank you for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the official the official opening by the Vice Chancellor. But before he speaks to us, we need to be alive and kicking. Can we just stand up for a minute, please? We have to be energetic. Yes, you see people are stretching. Do you have a paper with you? Just get a paper. Get a paper. You have a paper and a pen? Yes, can you face the person next to you? Professor Maurice, where are you going? Please get a paper. Yes, you have a paper and you have a pen. Now put the paper at the back of your head and face someone. Face someone. Dr. Martha, face Professor Kamukama like now. Yes, get the pen. Can you draw their face? Start with the face, draw a circle. Why are you copying Kauma? Put the paper behind. Draw the face. Put the eyes. Put the nose. Put the ears. Put the specs if they are wearing them. Put the hair if it's a lady. Now show them the picture how they look like. Yes. Oh my God. That's what people think of you. That's what, you can take your seat. That's what people think of you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Professor Kamukama to give us the speech about academic affairs and officially open the symposium. Thank you, Professor.
Angela, thank you so much for leading us through this session. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Mbarara University of Science and Technology, where success is a must. Let me begin by introducing professors around, because this is the world of academia. Professors around, can you stand up for recognition? Because it is, there are very few professors. Richard, thank you so much. Doctors, those who have already crossed the line, you can see there are always very few. You are welcome. Then students and the participants. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the organizers of this symposium, Professor Vincent and your team. And on this note, I can't forget Dr. Kagwa. Can you stand up? Where are you? It appears he has just moved out. And as members have, okay, where are you? Yeah, this is Dr. Kagwa. I gave him instructions to start this symposium. 2016, and it is now 7 years old. And since then, the DRGT and other members have continued really support it. We appreciate you. Definitely, the major purpose of the PhD Symposium is to help the PhD students, support them, to guide them, not tear them around. Yeah, because I normally say this, a person who is so that was the purpose and still the reason why we have a PhD Symposium today. But on the other hand, it is one of the ways of bringing the brains together to discuss academic matters. And even those who have arrived, the professors and the doctors, at times they get lost and they fail to define their position in the world of academia. You are just there. Recently I was checking on people who are citing my work. I got disappointed. My graph is almost reaching zero because of administration. I'm no longer active. So because administration have completely swallowed me, meaning that soon I will no longer have space. I will no longer be participating in knowledge generation because administration really has swallowed me completely. So meaning I'm lost. I need also to be helped, Professor Mulisa. I need to be helped because I'm getting out of the way. But students, are my students here? Weekend students, stand up. I normally interact with people I don't understand. These are PhD students. We normally meet on Saturday. You can sit. I'm glad you are all here. And I think we've discussed a lot. We've never met. I hope you will be helped if you want to be helped. And those who have the so-called concepts, I've seen people presenting proposals, which of course they have issues. Depending on what we've been discussing, if you've been following, probably I will advise you to shelve whatever you've been doing, and then we go back to the drawing board to move slowly through the conceptualization process, and you come here to convince these people, professors who are supposed to help you. And I want to encourage you not to love your work so much. The moment you hang there, you will not move. You must listen, but don't pick anything. It's your work. You understand your work. You should defend your work or dismiss whatever is provided with authority. That's the most important thing. With authority. The literature, the scholarly work. It's not a matter of saying according to me. You are not known. You are not yet there. And even if you are a doctor, whatever, who is not publishing in that area, you don't have any authority. Please, students, take advantage of these people who are supposed to help you. Don't light the candle and cover it, the container. Just present whatever, any trash, but be mission of getting a feedback from these senior academicians. I also want to advise masqueraders on the PhD. You see, there are people who have been doing PhD for the last 10 years. Academic registrar talked about it. 7, 5, what are you doing here? Please, if you are doing a PhD and I've been sharing with you, be ready to do PhD. Don't disturb us. 7 years, 8 years, are you mastering a PhD? So please, you need a conducive environment. You need, of course, think critically, because we are talking about academic writing. The logical flow of knowledge. Can you unlearn in order to learn? This is a PhD, where there is serious discussion, academic rigor. Don't reproduce what others have already put on the ground. We are not here to talk around people's material. At the end of the day, what is your contribution to knowledge? That is the question you should answer. And that is what we call a final central thesis. What is your contribution? At time T, will your work be cited? Scholars, those people who do wonderful things, they don't die. That's why we are still talking about like Archimedes and others, whatever. Those are scholars. They don't die. They cannot die. So please, don't reproduce. Move away. I've been telling my students, can you move away from master's level? And you begin thinking. So you see, if you are not ready to learn, then professors will not help for you, will not really give you time. Because it is the issue. There is this former president of Tanzania, he said, Aju, don't shout. Aju, that's what it means. If I'm your supervisor, and probably I'm trying to take you in a different area, let's argue with facts so that you convince me. It's your responsibility to bring me to your side as a PhD student. If you fail, then I will take you. In the area you will not understand. Keep your lane. So students have been sharing with you and I've been advising you to keep your lanes. What is your discipline? Do you understand it? If you don't understand it, please, you need to find. Go back to the drawing board and remain in your area. When it comes to literature review and content and conceptualization, if you don't know what you are doing, definitely you cannot proceed. Melissa will take you to corporate governance, but for you, you are from a completely different area. You will get lost. So it is very, very important. Let's see how we can move. You must be ready to locate your study. At PhD level, it is the ontological directional stance that will form the foundation of what we are going to do. How do you view the world out there? There is a truth. How do you interpret it? Is this subjective? Is it objective? That's the starting point. Because the moment you define the real world, the world out there, it will help you to define your epistemological direction or assumption. But you find the person is presenting is not even focusing, linking the study to those key concepts. This is a PhD. changing? Is it static? Those are issues you must be able to think about, but don't come here with a good story. Supervisors, I'm happy you've come to support those supervisors who are here to support the students. You were supported, and I expect you also to support these students. I know there are people who frustrate students. The person tells you, from Bale, bring your work, I will be in the office. The guy came with just a document from Bale. Reaching here, I'm sorry, I've gone somewhere, but you can leave it. I will get it there. After 4 months, I'm sorry, I misplaced your document. Can you again bring another one? So let's use the digital world to address those issues. Can you supervise students online? By the other times I supervise students up the end without meeting the student. Yes, the students have supervised and I don't know them, but they have graduated. Can we simplify supervisors? Can we try to simplify the students' journey? Let's support them. Let us give them time, because must be different from the rest of other universities. That's what Vira was here saying, that she got the best from MUST, especially Faculty of Computing and Informatics. Yeah, and again, still on supervisors, don't dismiss a student's construct if you can't replace it. Very, very important. Don't dismiss it if you have no alternative. Meaning that if you cannot replace, you yourself, you've not understood it. Yes, there must be plan B. If I say why this one cannot, conceptually this can't work, so you should say, why can't you consider this? If it is within. But there are people who just pull or dismiss without replacing, and you tell a student, go and read. You've completely disarmed the student, is completely lost, and is likely to spend 20 years on PhD. So in this case, students learn to work with your supervisors. Like this Wilbrod, I don't know why he was saying that he was my student, but I think it was indirectly. Of course, he has been a student. These students who I don't know the right word. Yeah, he wants to achieve, and he used to love his work so much. Don't touch. That's why he ended up calling the mother. You have touched my work. But at the end of the day, we settled, and I normally don't tolerate nonsense, but I normally replace after dismissing. So, but as Mbara University of Science and Technology, we are here to promote the academic growth, and we appreciate and we thank you for choosing MUST. But we are not interested in the quantity, but quality. We are not going to allow people who are coming here to block the way and engage supervisors, because if you don't move, that means supervisor will be overwhelmed. We don't have many supervisors, professors and PhD holders. Please, if you are given a chance, work very fast and clear the way and join the world. If you happen to get that PhD, you must live as a PhD holder. It's not easy because people expect much from you. And don't aim at getting a PhD through any means. At the end of the day, you will be given students to supervise. And you don't know anything. What will happen? You begin dodging them. You see this one, go and read. You see this one, are you ready? Let me sign. What are you signing? Instead of signing a thesis, you are signing it as a proposal. Because you cannot tell the difference between a proposal and a thesis. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Zimbabwe University of Science and Technology, for us, we're excited to have this PhD symposium. It is making serious impact. And I've been encouraging students, my students, we need now to go into PhD clinics where students engage each other, and occasionally we can invite supervisors or PhD or professors who are ready to help you. And you need to organize yourselves. It is your PhD. It is an invisible asset which you will die with. It's yours. So you must put in a lot of time and effort. And before I forget, director, don't allow people who are not students to be part of us. We want to deal with students, members. You see, when you pay and you register, then you must move very fast because money. There will be money company, but the guy is here 10 years. He has never registered. And he's claiming to be a PhD student. And even when they are a PhD candidate, at the end of whatever, under their names. Please. So, with substantive VC is not around, Professor Celestine Oboa, but is with us. And of course, he has sent some greetings, warm greetings, wishes you well, but he wants to deal with students, not masqueraders. With these few remarks, I want to officially open this PhD symposium, and I thank the director and your team for the efforts, the resources, and even the love you've really exhibited. Don't give up. For us, we started it, and we are going to leave it here. So, Kagwa and I, we are not permanent here, but I hope it will outlive our existence or our presence. Thank you so much. The dissemination conference is officially open.
Thank you so much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a group photo outside here. Then we go to the breakaway. We go to the breakaway rooms for just 1.5 hours, then have lunch. Then we'll come back to our different rooms. I invite you for the group photo right now. Thank you. Come with your smiles.
Unlock the potential of your event with AED TV's live streaming and video production services. Reach a larger audience and engage with them like never before. With our services, perfect for weddings, funerals, corporate dinners, workshops, product launches, product or service activations, and church events. For entrepreneurs looking to grow their businesses, yet provides you with business management knowledge, technologies, financial support, and digital marketing tools to help you get your business off the ground and running. Join us today and learn how to start, manage, finance, and operate a legal business. Unlock the potential of your event with AED TV's live streaming and video production services. Reach a larger audience and engage with them like never before. With our services, perfect for weddings, funerals, corporate dinners, workshops, product launches, product or service activations, and church events.
Keep an eye on the timekeeper. When he shows you what time is remaining, please do what is needed. So, John Baptist, you start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to present to you my topic, which is entitled The Meaning of Caring for Patients with Cancer Among Traditional Medicine Practitioners in Uganda. Now, my name is John Baptist Asimwe, and those are my supervisors, Dr. Esther Kunda, Professor Prakash, and Professor Mauda Kamakeni, and those are other doctoral committee members. Now, this is a presentation outline. Now, before I begin, I need to give a few definitions. One of the definitions is traditional medicine, and according to WHO, traditional medicine means any knowledge, skills or practices that the different cultures use for treating, for training, for preventing illness. Then traditional medicine practitioner, for this study I mean herbalists and traditional healers who deal with the cancer. And then we are using the grounded theory method to study this topic, and it's a method which is meant to develop a model out of whatsoever data you have. So my motivation, of course, is to contribute towards documentation of traditional knowledge, which we feel is key in the development of the traditional medicine. So what is the background behind this study? First of all, I did literature review, and I had to set the scope. In the grounded theory, you don't do a deeper literature review at the start, because you will contaminate what you are going to get in the field, and yet you have to develop a model out of it. So I did some literature review, and the literature review was, this is what I found. I found that most of the studies had used the phenomenological kind of design. The roles that traditional medicine practitioners do in terms of managing cancer, and which included providing culturally sensitive care, client-centered care. But however, there was no any study about any processes. How do they provide this care? What is the models to explain how they provide the care? Those models were not there. So that's why, and yet when you look at other countries or other traditional medicine system, like the Chinese herbal medicine system, the theories are there. There is the yin-yang philosophy, whereby they say cancer is an imbalance between the yin and yang. Therefore, the role of a traditional healer is to balance those forces. So I wanted to develop something like a model which can also explain what our traditional healers actually do. So the aim of the study was to explore the concept of cancer care in traditional medicine, and then with the aim of developing kind of a substantive theory. And this is the method. So I use the grounded theory. I use the Straussian grounded theory. There are three schools of thought, but I use the one of Straussian because for it has well laid down procedures on how you can create a model out of data. And it uses what we call the symbolic interaction philosophy. Symbolic means that symbolic means meaning, and interaction means how to interact, that people create meaning out of their interactions. Therefore, I believe even traditional healers, the way they do their work, irrespective of what people say about them, there is meaning behind whatsoever they do. So that's what I wanted to find out. And I had to delay literature review. As I told you, that literature review is done later, deeper, because you don't want to contaminate what you want to get in the field. And I conducted this study in 10 districts. Those are the districts, starting with the central, because I was trying to look for, I used purposive sampling, and I was trying to look for traditional healers who had at least a very long-term experience, probably 10 years of managing patients with cancer, and those who consented. And but however, in the beginning we used purposive sampling, but later on we used what we call theoretical sampling. As you collect data, you are actually analyzing. Then whenever you realize any gap, you do what we call theoretical sampling. You sample participants. I sample the participants who would give me more data so that I can be able to develop my concepts fully. And of course, I had an interview guide with 4 questions. And these are the 4 questions which I had. And these are the ones I started with, where I would ask, tell me how you know or come to know that somebody has cancer. Tell me what each time a person comes with cancer, how would you feel about caring for patients with cancer? And then they give me one example of a patient or 2 that they have cared for. Now, from those 4 general questions, I was able to analyze. The first interviews that came out, I analyzed. When I analyzed, I created new questions, deeper questions, to be able to understand more what they are actually doing. So in other words, the questions were changing. Some of them were hypothetical. I probed the further processes. If they said they do this, I would go into details, even to find out what are the consequences, according to the traditional healers. Of course, like any other qualitative research, I had to make sure I ensure rigor. One of it was I had to use multiple methods of data collection. In the beginning, I used the in-depth interviews, but I also did focus group interviews, so discussions. Then also, I make so many other full description, etc. Of course, the study was approved by Master. So those are some of the districts where I conducted the study. Then the most important thing in grounded theory is the data analysis. How do you analyze the data? This is the process that I went through. I would collect data, then I do open coding, then I do axial coding, then finally selective coding. Open coding is like line by line coding of data. But as you see those cycles, it means that I kept on going forward and coming backward. You do go forward and then you keep coming backward, so that you align what you got before with what you are getting later on. So this is one of, I got 27 categories in the beginning, and this is one of the open coding. On the left, you can see those are experts, or those are the transcripts the participants would say. Then in the middle, I would get meaning directly from what they are saying. Like, for example, how I would code, like when you say, when you manage a patient with cancer, you should be ready to help people, but not feel bad. So that one I would code willing to help. So I would get directly from it. Then together I would get the major categories. Then I would also write memos. So you have to write a lot of memos so that you try to get meaning out of what they are doing. Then I did axial coding. There is what we call a condition matrix guide. This condition matrix guide was developed by Scott, 2009. She came up with this as a way of how you find the relationship between the categories. Now, the category which I got there, like prioritizing life over money, I would ask, what do they mean by this? When do they do this? Where do they do it in? Why do they do it? How do they do it? And then the consequences. So that is axial coding. You try to find within that category what is the relationship between the different what? Codes. Then after that, I had to do abstraction of the code so that I get higher level what? Themes. Now from those higher level themes, I created the first model. And this model came up with the first part was the antecedents, what happens before the care. The second part are the action interaction, what happens, and then finally what are the consequences. Now this is according to the traditional healer, not me. I was actually getting from what exactly they are telling me, it's what I was developing this. Then afterwards I did selective coding. Selective coding involves you getting what they call the core category. The core category is what actually explains the whole theory. And then you align those core category to different what? Processes, as you can see. Then finally, I got this model, which I'm going to explain. Now, when you explain, the first thing we do is the core category. Now, I got so many core category is, a core category is a category which encompasses all what is under the model. And it has to be not forced to the data. So in the beginning, the first category I got was restoring hope in patients' life. But then I realized that they couldn't achieve this unless they individualized the care, according to the memos and the data I got from the field. So, however, this core category was ensured through major process. One, ensuring continuity into the ancestors' role, having full knowledge of a patient cancer disease, restoring hope in life, customizing and improving the patient's condition. So,
time up. Time up. Time up.
Sorry, can I continue a minute?
One. Okay, 1 minute.
So, I planned for 20 minutes, but it's 10 minutes. So so after that, you do what we call theoretical integration. You look at what you get. Now you do deep literature review. You review to find out exactly what you found in the theory. Does it concur with what is in literature? That's what I did. And most of it concurred, though some areas did not concur. So in conclusion, I made my conclusion and say that traditional healers care for patients with cancer by helping give them hope, moving them from a state of hopelessness to hope, as you saw in our core category, and that they provide this hope in a culturally sensitive manner. Therefore, health workers need to collaborate with the traditional healers so that we are able to help our patients and the community at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you. From the panelists, can I start this side again?
Thank you very much. John Baptist. Sorry, when you had started that, so I'm not getting your name. So you are trying to come up with a model. And when you are speaking, you said you don't have a model. And is it that we don't have it here in Uganda? Because I'm looking at, traditional medicine has been in existence for quite a long time. It could be even in different countries in Africa. Yeah, I'm a little bit not convinced that there isn't any other existing models. Yeah, it might not be here in Uganda, but how I wish that at least you can start from somewhere. Rather, I see it a little bit hard for you and even us who are trying to follow to really convince us that there is nothing in existence, putting in consideration that traditional medicine has been in existence for quite a long time. So, then the other thing is that you generalize and you talk of cancer. But we all know that we have different and I call them type, you forgive me, I'm not in a medical world. We have different kinds and different types of cancer. So what is your focus? Because as far as I know, it will be very, 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 very hard to deal with all the kinds of cancers we have. So how I wish that you could limit to a specific cancer, because I know they don't treat all the kinds of cancer. For now, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So can I answer that? So thank you very much for the question of saying, are there not models out there? As I started in my background, I said there are models out there. But remember, this is traditional medicine. Cultures are different. And the culture in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa is not the same as the Chinese culture. So I'm trying to create a model that is relevant to the cultures here. Two, about which cancer. Now,
before that, my argument is, yes, the cultures might be different, yes, but my argument is that Africans, we share a lot in common. Yes. So I'm trying to say, did you try to find out in other countries? Yes. Because I think it will be much more easier when you are coming up with a model. It will be much more easier for you to look at what are others doing. Can we adopt this? Or we cannot, and why can't we adopt this? We are looking out for, but I'm not saying that I'm looking for China and the rest. There must be some existing models. So what is missing within those models, even if they're not in Uganda, but it will give you an idea of how the model you think you are dreaming of, it should be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I can take that. I can take that positively. Yeah, look, but in the beginning, I tried, but you could find some studies, but not well laid out model about the processes these people go through to care for patients, especially with chronic diseases. So cancer was just a representation of the chronic diseases. Now, the other question you asked, why didn't you look at a specific cancer? Now, I didn't look at a specific cancer because one of the reasons is that the approach of my study is an exploratory study, where I'm just looking at what generally do they do for all what? Cancers. Somebody can take an approach of going specific, but I can also take another approach of going general. So I took the second approach of trying to find out in general what are they trying to do and how do they care and what is the process. So that's why I went for the general. I hope that answers it. Okay,
Thank you, John Baptist.
Yes.
I actually had also put down the model part where you said there is no model. Why I was hesitant to start is because I wanted some literature to feed in. And for your information, there are models. You can go to the National Library of Medicine. You'll find a number of them, specifically in Zimbabwe. That's why you're still looking out on how you said there is no model. Maybe generally you should know that you're not the first person to research about that, and maybe you need to resist from saying that. And then in your presentation, you kept saying you want. Maybe you need to change from that to doing, because you're in the journey of doing it, so just don't want, just do something. Then what caught my attention was you said with grounded theory, is it theory of?
Grounded theory?
Yes, you do not do literature.
You don't do literature review at the start, you do deeper literature review later.
Probably that is why you don't know there are no models there. All I know about research is even finding the title, you do literature. Actually, when you're starting your journey, you start with literature. That is when you know there are gaps. So that part of you don't do extensive literature review, I do not believe it. But you might take this home to your supervisors and think about what you're actually referring to. But talking about not doing literature, then I do literature at a certain point, that is not true. Probably that could be the reason why you have so many missing gaps in your work. You seem to want to answer. I want to listen from you.
Now, I think that is very true, but when you look at the methodology grounded theory, there are three schools of thought, and all of them don't encourage you, because the model we are building, we are not building it from literature. We are building model from the participants, what they are telling you. So all that I'm showing here is from the participant, what they create their own meaning. That's why the philosophy under the grounded theory is called symbolic interactions, and that people create meaning out of what they do. So my role is to create a model within what they are doing. That's why I only do literature review, only to either validate or fail to validate. I look at what others have found out vis-a-vis what I have. So in other words, people create meaning, so you have to make sure that you don't, actually, there's what we call another concept called theoretical sensitivity. Theoretical sensitivity is the ability to gain meaning out of the data and create a theory out of the data. And it is affected by literature review and the personal experiences. That's why we have to do bracketing, you have to bracket your experiences, you have not to do deeper literature review, so that the literature review does not contaminate what you are going to get where? In the field. So that's why we do it that. But that is according to the methodology of
Must
grounded
be
theory.
a different entire orientation, but my orientation in research does not tell me that when you read literature, it will contaminate your work. Probably you're actually hiding in my view, this is like an ostrich method. You're hiding your head that you don't want. Because every day as we are seated here, people are publishing. So if you don't know, how will you know that you're the person that actually is handling this? Anyway, I want to go and also read about grounded more, but that is my orientation. And for now, I don't take it that you don't read so that you get contaminated. Is that the word you used?
Don't contaminate with your mind before you go to the field, because you are going to go with this perception. You should go with the field with an open mind, ready to get whatsoever you want to get in the field. Anyway, I didn't say those things because I want to challenge. Even me, before I knew, you do literature review after. But when you read deeply into the methodology, they tell you do not do deeper. Just only do a literature review to find the gap. Just to build the scope, what is missing, and then even they encourage you not to go with a specific research question, but to go with a broader area of study. You go with a broader area just to get whatsoever is there and build a model out of it. Then after building the model, you can compare with what is existing and see, does it validate or does it refute what you actually have.
Okay.
Yes.
I've actually learned two things. The other thing is exploratory. I didn't know that when you're using exploratory, you do not have a scope. Your research is very challenging. Good luck.
No. Sorry for that. Maybe. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, John Baptist. I know, of course, the majority of us in this room are very conversant with the empirical methods of research, which build on what others have done. I think yours is most likely non-empirical.
Yes.
Where, it's anthropological, and, you have to do the Delphi methods and so on.
Yes.
But for me, so I'm not going to comment on the methods because I know nothing about them. I'm actually fascinated. But I want to ask you, so what? So you are live on Empower Youth in Technology. What should we ask you about regarding this field? In the past, the former U.S. Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, was brought on CNN, and you know how they put that dramatic music. We have Condoleezza Rice, and she's a PhD in Russian studies. She has a PhD, actually, in Russian studies. So they would ask her, how do you think Putin will respond to ABC? So now you're live on Empower Youth in Technology. That one. I'm trying to imagine from what you are doing and learning, what should we ask you about to help our society in 2023. You get it? This is John Baptist, a PhD in, what's the PhD? In what? Traditional medicine, theory, whatever. So I want you to tell us, what should we get from what you are learning?
So, thank you very much.
This is more like external validity of everything you're doing. How is it? Why should I remember JB? Namesake.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So I want to answer that. Now, this meaning of caring for patients with cancer in traditional medicine is one of my objectives. They are not even all, just one of the objectives. I have four. And in this objective, there has been, over time, there has been an interest in traditional medicine by so many governments, including even WHO. There is this instance that so many patients keep going to traditional healers. Why do they go there? What do they exactly do there? Now, if we are saying we want to develop the traditional medicine, like the one you see China has developed their traditional medicine, we need to understand what are the practices, what are they doing, what's the mode of care. So that if we are going to standardize this care, if we are saying that there are even modern traditional healers.
So have you figured it out?
No, I'm trying
give
to
me one sentence. No. You know, we are not very sophisticated like you. In one sentence, tell me, what have we learned from the traditional healers that we need to build on?
What I've learned from the traditional healers is that the culture they provide is cultural sensitive. And because it is cultural sensitive, some of the things which they do can actually be incorporated into the training of other traditional healers as well as the mainstream medical health workers.
You've got the message. You are happy. You didn't club. But anyway, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, okay, how much time do we have?
I give you 30 seconds. No, I just wanted to say I am a medical doctor. I'm not a medical anthropologist, but I do work with them, and I think your approach is quite reasonable. I'll just put that out there. Although I appreciate all the questions. This has been a great learning session. I just wanted to mention, though, I think the model that you're creating for Uganda in particular is really timely. As a medical doctor, we're looking at lots of different ways of providing cancer care in different environments, including here. And I know at MUSC, they have trouble with patients not sticking with cancer care because they don't understand what's happening, and they run home to the traditional healers. Yes. So there's an immediate today application for what you're doing. So I just wanted to know if you are connected with the people providing oncology here in Imbarara.
Okay, thank you very much. Since I'm doing the study more in central Uganda, I'm more connecting with the people at Cancer Institute, Uganda Cancer Institute. And some of them are part of the team members. We are trying to find out what are these people doing with cancer patients exactly, so that we can be able to do the model, to know what exactly they're doing. And I'm assuring you some of the things are not bad, as we think, or sometimes as negative as we think. They provide the hope in a way that is very sensitive to patients, and patients continue taking their treatment, etc. Something sometimes which health workers, we don't sometimes have time for these patients, and we don't do much.
Thank you. But for me, I would think it is the core category that you came out with. Yes. That what do these patients get from this traditional healer? Yes. That's what it is. They restore hope. What did you say? It is restoring hope.
Individualizing care.
Yes, that's what you came out with. Yes. I also published a paper in the grounded theory in maternal health and obstructive prolonged labor, so I know the methods you go through. But I don't really agree with you when you say you don't do literature review. You go with grounded theory where there is no existing theory, but you do literature review around the topic. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
I think we are time at. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, how far are you in your PhD journey. This is one objective.
Yes.
Yes.
I published one objective. Then I've sent 2 papers. Also, I'm analyzing my final data.
That's good. Okay, thank you. Next is Michael Mukama, modeling the role of treatment of pneumocystitis pneumonia in HIV/AIDS co-infected individuals.
I'm Michael from Faculty of Science, Department of Mathematics. My study title is Mathematical Models for Co-infection Dynamics of HIV and Pneumonia. View screen. So I'm looking at the first objective. Previously, I presented here, that was last year, at proposal level. And my main objective is to develop, analyze, and compare mathematical models for the co-infection dynamics of HIV and pneumonia. The specific objectives are 4, but today I am interested in presenting the first one, which is to formulate, analyze a deterministic mathematical model that incorporates treatment of pneumonia and ART effect on individuals co-infected with pneumonia and HIV/AIDS. So in absence of a curative formula, HIV has continued to affect the sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, it is a global problem, but the sub-Saharan Africa is the most affected. And much of my data is going to be derived from the literature that catches the sub-Saharan Africa. So HIV, we know that it lowers the body's immune system. And this has given rise to opportunistic infections. Previously, we have looked at meningitis from the previous presenter. We have pneumocystis pneumonia. We have cancers like lymphocytic sarcoma and so many others. We well know that we have a statistic that 38 million people living with HIV in 2021, and of these, 70% are within the sub-Saharan Africa. So the association with the pneumonia and the HIV is of great concern, since it is highly opportunistic and common in individuals who are immunocompromised, individuals living with HIV. There is no vaccine for PCP or pneumocystis pneumonia, but at least it can be treated. So if we can eliminate it at treatment stage, then we can reduce the burden of the infection. But I want to analyze this mathematically. In the literature, we have had a number of mathematical models working on HIV as a monoinfection, and they have given promising results in presence of ART and other preventive measures. Then this is not the first model of its own. There are some other existing models. For example, here, Tekulu and Rao have worked on some mathematical models for the infection of pneumonia HIV. But the gap is they don't specify the trait or the trait of pneumonia or the strain of pneumonia that is being studied. Different strains have different treatment, different transmission dynamics. So here I come up with PCP. And then I go on to look at the role played by PCP carriers. If we can interrupt the disease at the carrier stage of the PCP, then we can probably want to see what would be the result if we interrupt at that stage. That was the gap. So I formulated the model with the 10 compartments. These are individuals who are susceptible to both diseases. Then the carrier, pneumonia carriers, pneumonia infectives, the recovered, pneumonia recovered individuals, then HIV infected individuals, then we have the AIDS patients, then we have those who are under treatment, under therapy, ART. Then we have HIV pneumonia co-infected individuals, AIDS pneumonia co-infected. Support our model. There is no model that can work without assumptions. And we have a number of them. These are the parameters and their description. This is the compartmental diagram. This shows how different compartments interact, how the disease progresses from one stage to another. Then this is what we came up with, the model equations. A system of 10 nonlinear equations. And from here, we went on to, this describes the force of infection. Alpha P is the force of infection of pneumonia. If you interact with someone who is a carrier of pneumonia, you get pneumonia. If you interact with someone who is infective of pneumonia, you get pneumonia. If you interact with someone who is co-infected with HIV and pneumonia, you get pneumonia. So these are the causes of infection for the respective. So we moved on to work on the analytical results. But to do the analytical results, we started with looking at the mono infections. How does the pneumonia alone prevail? How does HIV alone prevail mathematically? So this was the model for HIV/AIDS in absence of pneumonia. So that means we don't have the co-infected individuals, and we don't have pneumonia-infected individuals. So we went on and analyzed this. Analytically, we came up with the equilibrium point, or the steady state of the system. There were two, the disease-free and the endemic equilibrium point. We tested for their stability based on the basic reproduction number. The basic reproduction number means if I bring an infected person in a community, one like this, how many more will result from that person? So basing on the reproduction number, we were able to get the stability of the disease-free equilibrium as local asymptotically stable and global asymptotically stable. Of course, we have a number of theorems which I cannot display here. But we went through to come up with this result. Then we went on now to study the model for pneumonia in absence of HIV. We did the same result, came up with the basic reproduction number, which we used to test the stability of the steady states. And we came up with a theorem which says if the basic reproduction number of the individual diseases is greater than 1, then the endemic equilibrium exists. Then we went on to analyze now the full co-infection model. And we realized that the basic reproduction number for the full co-infection model is the maximum of the independent reproduction numbers of the monoinfections. we did sensitivity analysis. This is done to determine the most sensitive parameters. And we realized that the contact rates and the probability of infection were the most sensitive parameters.
Michael, time up.
Just 1 minute and I conclude. So this shows the sensitivity index where you see positive, that tells you the most sensitive parameters. Negative, those were less sensitive. That was the interpretation. Then we went on and numerically stimulated using MATLAB. So we wanted to look at the effect of coefficient of infection of carriers. So we look at if we increase the coefficient of infection, then we increase the number of infectives of pneumonia and their corresponding co-infectives. We went on to look at treatment and the results were as good as that.
We have to stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And since Dean Leju is the head of where mathematics resides, I think I will give him the opportunity to start.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Michael, for your model. That is an interesting piece of work. It's only that the timing has not been sufficient for you to complete and go into the details of the models. Because these are members here who are of various areas. So could you maybe in 1 minute summarize your findings of all the 10 parameters so that everybody gets a picture of what you have done? Can you use the mic?
Of carriers, pneumonia carriers, showed that the more it increases, then the more the co-infection burden. So if we can interrupt the disease at carrier stage, meaning we need to come up with a policy of case finding. If someone goes to test for HIV, go on and test them for PCP, such that we cut the connection and we reduce the burden of the co-infection. Then treating, we know HIV does not heal. You have to live with it, you have to keep on narratives. But we need to reduce the burden of the co-infection. Because two pathogens in one organism have a shattering effect than just one. So the interest here is to see if we can go away with PCP completely, such that people who are living with HIV can have a better life.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for modeling. When you talk of models, and you are presenting a model, four things come to my mind, and always when you're presenting, reviewers like to see them. The first are the parameters. Which parameters are you going to model? What are you parameterizing, and where are you getting these parameters? Estimates of prevalence of PCP, HIV, the numbers, and so on and so forth. Secondly, are the assumptions. I didn't hear you tell us what you assume, because when you model, you hold everything constant most of the time, and yet life is dynamic. You're going to assume that this is going to stay the same. The third thing is the sensitivity analysis, which I saw show, and mostly graphically, better graphical. And then lastly is the validation of your model, which now comes to me if I'm a policy maker. I want to know that I can use Michael's model in helping us either budget or appropriate services. So just speak to me. I know you presented a few things here and there, but did you cover all that?
So I will start with the assumptions. Of course, the assumptions are meant to make the model more meaningful and somehow simplify it. So one, we assume that there is homogeneous.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to go through all this, but you have to be very careful with these assumptions. Somebody, when we are doing a mathematical modeling, explain the word assumptions to me. The first three letters, and then the middle one, you are trying to make an ass of both you and me. So you are just, so if the assumptions become very, very many, then we can as well just sit here and write our model. So which are the four basic assumptions? Because you don't want to fill the whole page with assumptions.
Yes, of course.
Like 3 or 4 major.
So the first one is general to almost all models, all epidemiological models. Then the main assumptions in this case, I assumed that individuals who are under ART do not transmit HIV, simply because ART lowers the viral load. It is an assumption. The probability of infection reduces. It is towards zero. Yes. Then the other one is that individuals under ART and the PCP treatment remain there, because we know that we have to do preventive treatment sometimes. For example, people who they stay under treatment throughout. So, how we don't have defaulters. Then when it comes to parameters, I have a number of parameters. There are so many, but the source is the existing literature. That's why I say this model is not the first of its kind. But there are some which are not in existence. So I do estimation and assumption. I assume some to fit.
When you do your table, if you are modeling, if your work is modeling the role of PCP in HIV co-infected individuals, yes, are you talking about Uganda or global?
Globally.
So if it's globally, then your table should show the source.
Yeah, the source I have.
The parameter, definition, and then the source of that parameter.
The source is the parameter value and the source. Where I have assumed, I have stated it. Where I have estimated, I have stated it.
Simon, you did a lot of mathematics.
Mine is just a comment. Earlier on you said that existing models, they are general. They are not specific to different, traits. And now I was imagining when my colleague mentioned model validation, I'm wondering, how are you going to do model validation? How are you going to convince us that, yes, my model is superior compared to the others? And I don't know. That's why I'm finding it a challenge.
So in my objectives, I have the last objective. This last objective is meant to develop a stochastic model. The stochastic model is going to be compared with the rest of the deterministic models for convergence. So that's how I'm going to validate with the stochastic.
Thank you, James. Mine is actually may not be even a question for you, but a learning for me. My orientation tells me about, this is a PhD, which is a degree of philosophy. When I look at your models, I am asking, where is the philosophy? Because for us, the philosophy is ontology, epistemology. Maybe this would be answered by the professors. Professor Lejo, where is the philosophy in this journey of Biamukap?
I have my own here is going to help me, Professor Lejo.
Now it is Lejo. Lejo. Professor Lejo.
Okay, thank you very much for the question referring to the philosophy which Michael is developing there. And I think Michael should not have run away from this because it is your PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, which you should have come up with. Basically, based on the gap you have identified, can you please first give us the starter? You can explain.
I'm not getting you.
What I'm saying is, this interested wanted the weight of your work, what you're going to do, what is the philosophy, what are you developing, what are you coming up with as the basis.
So the gap is, I'm looking at one, PCP, pneumonia, which can only be treated. Two, I'm looking at pneumococcal pneumonia, that is in the second objective, which can be vaccinated. Then thirdly, I'm looking at stochastic models. But you talked of...
Can you simplify that word?
Stochastic. Of course, these are models that involve random models. They are different from deterministic.
Hi, thank you so much. That was a really great presentation, and I think models like this are very important as we think about how to take care of very serious patients and improve outcomes for our patients. I was wondering if you guys have a clinician on your team, like a physician on the team? And namely because I think most patients, they get PCP, we're not clear where it comes from. Maybe it comes from the environment, from plants in the soil, and maybe not from infections from other people. We also right now have no way of diagnosing inactive PCP and just carrier state. Then I think the other risks are that if we, to add into the model, is that if we treat, let's say we know who is carrier, if we treat everyone who's a carrier, we also invite the risks of resistance to TMP-SMX, a very important antibiotic that treats PCP. So I think some things to consider, and I think having a clinician who is active in the care of HIV patients would be very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That is noted with concern. Yes, thank you.
Any more comments, questions?
Thank you very much. Now, presenting, you assume that all of us know what PCP means. And may not be true. I know it, but the audience is here for you. Two, you chose PCP. You did not tell us other available strains. What are they? And how many are they?
Thank you, Professor. I think you didn't follow the presentation in the previous symposium. But pneumonia has a number of strains. There is pneumocystis pneumonia, which is caused by pneumocystis joveris, is fungal. Then we have pneumococcal pneumonia, which is bacterial. Then we have syncytial influenza, which is viral, and there are 4 of them.
Yes, Director. Is it okay? Are you satisfied?
For me, I knew them, but you assume that the audience knows them, and it may not be true.
Point taken, Prof. Thank you.
Any other comment, question? But even time, are we still in time? I think. Okay. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. Next is Kenneth development of a multiplex mismatch amplification mutation assay to stratify cryptococcal meningitis infection for improved clinical management in Uganda. Yes. IT? Yes. So, Kennedy, you said you, okay, start with some brief intro. You can start.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. My name is Kennedy Kasaza. Here to present PhD work entitled Design, Optimization, and Validation of Mismatch Amplification Mutation Assay, in short, MAMA, to stratify cryptococcal meningitis infections in Uganda. This is a molecular assay that we are looking to develop to stratify these patients. Imagine a situation as a medical personnel where you are able to know that the patient in bed number 2B has got Cryptococcus, yes, and the genotype of this Cryptococcus carries a change, mutation within it that alters immune system or immune response of this patient to cryptococcal infection. And then when you are armed with that information, okay, you know that this patient in bed 2A has this genotype. Patient in bed 3C has this one. So this is where we are going. This is where we're heading. Here, I'm just giving an illustration that the interactions of these three factors, quality of medical care, host immune factors, and pathogen genotypic characteristics, basically interplay to give us the patient outcome. All right, so cryptococcal meningitis has been talked about. I won't spend much time here. We know that where there is HIV, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, this is where it is a huge problem, leading to about 15 to 20% of AIDS-related death. And in Uganda, it accounts for about 60% of adult meningitis in hospitalized patients. Now, why are we coming into this study? We know that Cryptococcus meningitis or Cryptococcus neoformans is diagnosed by culture of CSF. We can do India ink, a microscopy, and then we can also do cryptococcal antigen test, CRAG. We can also do polymerase chain reaction, which is PCR. So a recent genome-wide association study revealed that specific differences such as single nucleotide polymorphism, that is a change within the gene of the organism, and then deletions, insertion, those are mutations. They actually alter immune system. When a patient is infected, the different strains that is causing infection in them, and that is the question we are asking. Secondly, we know that these different strains alters the immune system, the immune response, and so we get that by the cytokines that are released. So we are going to combine both the molecular aspect, the genotypic changes, together with the effect that they cause, that is alteration of the cytokine levels, and then be able to come up with this assay. So these are the objectives: to design allele-specific PCR referred to as mismatch amplification mutation assay, that is MAMA, for us to be able to stratify these patients based on the genotype of the infecting pathogen. We also want to determine the cytokines that are released by carrying out what we call ex vivo cytokine assay. And then we want to quantify IL-2, which was implicated in this study that has brought us to carry out this assay development. So upon completion of this study, we will have generated new rapid tests, easy to use, requiring minimal infrastructure to perform. The test will enhance early detection of SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphism, that will be able to stratify this infection and tell us which patient is carrying which strain of this pathogen. We also hope to expand our understanding on the burden of recurrent disease, and particularly it is important for public health. I wanted us to give us a brief explanation of the principle of this MAMA PCR. Now, in the PCR reaction, we have what we call the primers, which is a short sequence that the enzyme builds upon to copy the sequence, the template sequence that we are looking to detect. So for the MAMA PCR, in the design of the primer, we introduce, intentionally, we create a mutation on the primer so that if the pathogen has got the mutation we are looking for, then that becomes the mutation in the pathogen plus mutation in the primer will prevent the from extending the primer sequence, and we will end up with a negative test. And then if the pathogen does not have the mutation, what is going to happen is that we know if you have one mutation, one change, nucleotide change, it will not stop the enzyme from building the strand, and you end up with a positive PCR. So the strength is lying on the fact that we have two mutations, double mutations, which is going to stop the Taq polymerase from extending the primer and giving you a positive test. So in this test, we expect to observe basically in the PCR, if we are using the conventional PCR where we use band, we expect to observe one band if it is positive. Then if it is negative, we expect to observe two bands. Two bands because we have a general primer which is going to amplify the whole sequence of the area that we are targeting, and then there is a specific primer that is targeting the SNP or the single nucleotide polymorphism, the mutation that we want to detect. And so that's how we end up with two bands. But if we are using real-time PCR, which is our target because it is rapid, we are going to expect to have one curve which represents amplification, and then if it is negative, we are going to have double curves. So the process of the development of this assay, we start from identifying the gene which contains the mutations we are looking for. Then we are going to annotate the locations, the SNPs and their locations, and using that information we shall design primers that will target the SNPs that we are looking for. And this is just a schematic representation of the process.
Kennedy,
yes.
Time up.
All right, let me just summarize in 1 minute. So I wanted to show us what we expect. So in this study, we are going to get Cryptococcus pneumonians isolate the DNA through that process, and then we are going to run the PCR using the primer that we have designed, and then finally we are going to validate it by sequencing to confirm that what we are detecting, the SNP we are detecting, is actually present in this isolate. And that is the test that we expect will help us be able to stratify these patients and tell. This is actually heading to individualized treatment based on what is in the patient. So that is the whole assay development process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But where are you? At what stage are you in your PhD?
Oh yeah, so
journey?
right now I am at REC. I submitted a response from REC, so I expect the next few weeks to receive approval to move forward.
Okay.
I just wanted to also say that the primer development being a dry lab process, I have gone through it, and now I'm just waiting for approval to be able to, and then start to test and see what we get.
Okay. Panelist who wants to go first?
Can go first. Thank you, Kennedy. So members, what Kennedy is trying to do, he wants to create an egg and then afterward discover whether it came before the chicken. That's what I've gathered. I want us to put some logic in your work, because now, at least all of us here, many people got COVID, or some of them know COVID, and they know the genotypes of COVID. Do you remember the genotypes? There was A. You guys didn't get COVID. But at least of all the genotypes, which was the most deadly? The Delta. So the reason I'm bringing this up, Kennedy, is when you're going to develop an assay that's going to differentiate which genotype is most deadly, the one of clinical significance is the one which is most deadly. So logically, you will begin by understanding which genotype is most deadly, how is it widespread, and then after, you develop an assay to tell which is which. Now for you, you want to develop the assay first, then know how prevalent it is, and then finally. So for me, I wanted to advise that if you go back to your research question, and also objectives, which the one you number as number 1, number 3, and the one that's number 3 should be number 1, in my opinion. Because you want to first know, are there differences in the cytokines released due to stimulation by the different genotypes? And then, which number 2 remains number 2? Which ones are released in response to stimulation? And then you know which one is the most problematic, that will be of clinical significance to clinicians. I remember when I was still practicing and we had so many cryptococcal patients. The moment you got crypto, actually those days it made a death sentence, because we only had amphotericin B, we did not have fluconazole as treatment. I don't know if some of you remember, but amphotericin B is light sensitive. It gets damaged by light, so we have to put the thing in Kavira. So in the moment attendants would see you put medicine on Kavira, they know that one is what? Is dead. So I don't remember crypto. I don't remember us differentiating that this one has crypto, CNA, G, which one. So which one is very lethal? So my advice is, yes, put logic in your work. Even you go to the objectives, objective 1. So like 3 should be 1. 2 remains 2, then 1, then you can then design. You first figure out what the problem is, know how big the problem is, and then you design. Whatever you need.
Thank you so much. Very well taken. This was based on genome-wide situation study results, but for this development, I agree with you that it's very important. I am going to look to switch the objectives actually. Probably run the cytokine assay first, and then we'll have some data to be able to go ahead with this. So thank you so much. I see your point and I agree with you.
Thank you, Kennedy. I've actually followed however much complicated it is, so you're actually in control of your work. Good job. But my concern is we have had so many presenters, the PhD candidates, talking about HIV. If my memory, we are at a recovery of 99.9. Are you telling us it is on the rise?
Cryptococcus?
No, HIV. I've had many presenters. HIV, is it on the rise? Why are we concerned?
Oh yeah, I think that HIV is not necessarily on the rise. In Uganda, it has remained around 6.5 for some time now. All right, I'm not very certain of the exact figure for HIV, but why we are talking about HIV and Cryptococcus here is that HIV and Cryptococcus goes together. Actually, HIV is a risk factor to getting Cryptococcus meningitis, and that is why we are interested in supporting these patients, these people living with HIV, to be able to sail through by removing. In fact, the last presenter was talking about eliminating secondary infection to HIV, and this is also one of the things that we are trying to look to do. Yeah, thank you.
The question, HIV, it's a lot. Don't you think that it's just sleeping? Might one day come back? Because we are not curing it, just suppressing it. Any other? Yeah.
Thank you, Kennedy, for your presentation. Mine is a question about the mutations that you have shown.
Right.
Do you predict that sometime in the future there will be more mutations, and how will the rapid test you are trying to develop account for future mutations that in those genes that you are trying, the SNPs that you have shown?
Mm-hmm. All right, so yes, with, of course, treatment and all that goes on with adherence and all of this, treatment and also adherence is an issue. When treatment is not fully taken, then we give the organism chances of changing, chances of being able to switch on certain genes that were maybe silent so that they can be able to resist the treatment. And in that process, when these organisms change, they tend to stimulate the body to react in different ways. That's in a way of defending, and we know that the body can overreact, and then in that case, it will still be negatively affect the patient. And so, yes, I do predict that in the future, we may have more of these mutations, and hopefully we'll be able to have tests that will be able to detect so that we know ahead of time, and then maybe the clinicians can be able to change the way they manage the patient. This is what we are looking to do, to support the clinician in their patient management.
Thank you, Kennedy. Any other comment, question? Thank you for the presentation. And since for you, you are at REC, it is easy to do some changes. So this advice comes at an opportune time. Yeah. And the HIV is still a big problem. How many people are HIV positive in Uganda? About how many? You have to know.
In terms of the numbers?
Yes.
We have, I think, about 1.
So you can imagine 1 point something million.
Yeah.
We are only keeping that viral load down. But they are infected. They are carrying the virus. So going forward, you don't know. If people do not continue doing some work so that we continue with the struggle, things can come back. Like now, we have malaria. Malaria has come back. It's coming back. And I think we haven't known why. Yes. So that marks the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is Walter Ojok, Mesopora sobens from By Wastes for Sustainable Fluoride Removal from Water. I hope you are going to simplify so that we all understand what these hard terms are. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. My name is Walter Ojok, and my topic is projected Mesoporous solvents from biowaste for sustainable fluoride removal from water. I'm a PhD student in the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science. I work at Muni University as a lecturer in the Department of Chemistry, and I bring for you greetings from Muni. Mesoporous is a material with large pores. It's a material with large pores. A sorbent is a material with ability to attract ions or charged particles, in this case from water. Biowaste is a material that we obtain from processes, including agriculture. In this case, I used two materials, cattle horn waste and cassava tuber waste. Fluorine or fluoride, which is the ionic form, is a common pollutant that affects groundwater sources, including water resources of the Ndali Kasenda crater lakes, which are located in the Western Rift Valley in Western Uganda. Fluoride saline of water or contamination of water endangers the people who depend on these water sources for their water needs, and this affects people in sub-Saharan Africa, up to about 400 million, that depend on groundwater for their water needs. Areas with high fluoride concentration above 1.5 milligrams per liter occur in most parts of the world. Those parts with red indicate places with high fluoride contamination, and this would be affected by morbidity that arise from consuming water with high fluoride levels. Such include dental fluorosis, where the teeth become permanently decolorized brown, which makes such people not very free to interact with others because of the dental fluorosis. Others include skeletal fluorosis, where the normal formation of bones is affected. Now, the presence of such contaminants limits the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, including getting clean water and sanitation and health. The permanent risk of consuming excess fluoride in water demands its removal from water. The conventional techniques that have been used over the years for removing fluoride include those ones, Nalgonda technique, reverse osmosis, and so many others, as evident in literature. But these ones have limitations as they are quite expensive and cannot be easily applied in low resource settings. Therefore, the absorption technique with fast kinetic is easily applicable in low resource settings. However, this requires the use of suitable materials with the right surface chemistry for removal of such pollutants that may occur in water. The sorbents for fluoride removal, as I said, should have the right surface chemistry, and bioresources such as the bio-waste I talked of can be suitable materials for fabrication of these materials for removal of pollutants from water. Stable metal oxide or hydroxide with ultra-high surface area could be the right materials for these tasks. In addition, incorporation of hydroxyapatite into carbon nanotubes is another means of fabricating materials with the right surface chemistry for effective fluoride removal, as evident in literature from earlier works as reported. Now, a sustainable sorbent for this purpose should also be produced using green chemistry, such that the production of these materials does not produce other pollutants which, instead of solving the problem which I've talked of, create more problems to the environment. The problem statement of my work is that though the crater lakes in the western Rift Valley of Uganda are suitable sources of water to the local community, there is little information regarding the quality of water and the status of fluoride contamination in this area. And this work gave literature, provided information regarding the quality of water in this area in terms of fluoride contamination. In addition, no attempt had been reported on the synthesis of materials, alumina, hematite, and multi-walled carbon nanotubes decorated with cattle horn core hydroxyapatite for fluoride absorption, which this study produced for that task. No models for materials have also been reported, and my study came up with 3 models predicting fluoride removal using those 3 materials. The aim of this work was to develop and evaluate the effectiveness of mesoporous sorbents from bio-waste, cassava waste, and cattle horn for efficient fluoride removal from water. 5 objectives were looked at as indicated. So because of time constraints, I'll go straight to the results. 180 water samples were picked from 15 crater lakes that serve as water sources. The materials were produced by simple chemical methods, and from cassava starch, alumina and hematite were produced by prep station and the Sol-Gale method. Inset is the furnace that was used for calcining the material. There is the centrifuge which was used, and those were the samples which were prepared. From objective 1, spatial fluoride contamination in the Ndali-Kasenda lakes can be as shown, with the red indicating those areas with high fluoride contamination from 3.5 up to 4.12. Fluoride contamination was as a result of the existence of those ions in water that positively correlated with the fluoride concentration. The crater lake hydrogeochemical phases was deciphered using the Piper classification diagram, which indicated that calcium magnesium hydrogen carbonate was the predominant species in the hydrochemistry. Fluoride human health risk assessment was also calculated, and it showed that the children and infants were the most susceptible to the fluoride contamination in this area. Those are the surface morphology of the hematite bicomposite, which indicate that the porous surfaces of the hematite was responsible for absorption of fluoride from the water. The scanning electron microscope, energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy showed the elemental mapping, which indicated the presence of fluoride in the EDX spectra, showing that this material is efficient in fluoride removal. The surface area of the material was also determined using micrometrics surface area analyzer, and it showed that the material is porous. The second material that was synthesized is alumina, which was synthesized using that schematic illustration. And the FTIR spectra indicated the formation of these alumina nanoparticles with this surface area, or rather with the mesoporous surfaces for fluoride absorption. The third,
Walter,
yes,
conclude your
okay,
time.
Okay, thank you so much. So equilibrium study was also done using these three materials, and the zeta potential measurements using the zeta sizer indicated that as at low pH, the material, the sorbents were protonated and were able to, by anion exchange, attract the fluoride ions. So in conclusion, three models were developed. Three quadratic models were developed using the response surface methodology, and indicated that all the four factors which were studied were affecting fluoride removal at different extents. Those with negative coefficients negatively affected fluoride absorption, while those with positive coefficients positively affected fluoride removal. In conclusion, the Ndali Kasenda crater lakes were found to be alkaline with average fluoride concentration of 2.9 milligrams per liter. Three materials were produced for the first time from cassava waste and carbon and cattle horn waste with mesoporous surfaces for fluoride absorption. Weakly acidic media facilitated fluoride removal, and the data for fluoride absorption fitted best in pseudo second order kinetic model, and Langmuir absorption isotherm modeled the absorption data better. The recommendations from this study,
I think we should stop there. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists. Julius.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Walter, for your study. It's an important piece of work. And I know the area you are looking at is actually very prone. There is a high fluoride, which we have already stated, average of 2.69. And based on your study, could you kindly or briefly tell us your contributions to helping the local communities in the Kasenda region, Greater Lakes?
Thank you, Prof. The first contribution is this study has given information about the level of fluoride contamination in that area, which was not known. Secondly, three materials have been produced which are new and with efficient fluoride removal capacity, and further study can be taken so that this material can be used locally in fluoride removal at community level. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Walter. This is a really important work, and I must commend you for this. It's so remarkable because that Kasenda area has a huge population. I also know the population in Kisoro and Kabali also have this problem. So I don't know whether you bring that out a lot in your literature review or in your background, how big the problem is, especially in Uganda, because for us in the clinics, we see patients with damaged teeth, patients with damaged bone, patients with kidney disease, and all the effects of high fluorine content. It's not like some of the other problems where people throw statistics. This one is a real one. But I wanted to just alert you, your work is so important. I don't know if you've published any of this. And if not, please, not only should you target journals, but even newspapers and consumers of water, because all of us drink water. Nowadays, there is something that is trending, well, not really trending, but have you heard of forever chemicals?
Not yet.
Forever chemicals. You write it and relate it to your work, because these forever chemicals, and actually members, we have a problem because we have now started consuming water in plastics. So these are fluorinated substances. Okay, substances which combine with halogens, chlorine, and then they coat plastics especially. And once you consume them, they keep accumulating, and they have bad effects, cancer, kidney disease, and so on. And as you know, all of us now consume water in what? In this bottled water. That's why I come with my water in a bottle. So anyway, I wanted to encourage you to publish this work, not only in big journals, but even in newspaper articles, or radios, and so on. But my question, coming to the science, yes, you are going to use cassava and what was the other thing? Cow bone.
Cattle honey waste.
Yes. What is the gold standard material that can absorb these substances? Were you comparing the cow horn and the whatever and the cassava to that one, or you're just measuring the absorption capacity of these materials? Because it would be really nice for you to show that, for your PhD, that the local available material like cow horn, you crush it, or I don't know, but that cow horn material and the other material is better than something else, or maybe that something else doesn't exist. I don't know.
Okay, let me first go with this. Let me start with the last one. So in this study, cassava starch was obtained from cassava tuber waste. Usually what I saw when people are cooking, when people are preparing cassava for a meal, fresh cassava, I saw that the outer coat, after peeling the cover, then I saw ladies scrap off some outer layer. They claim it is sour. So that is the material I used to get starch, and this starch was used as a template for incorporating a multivalent iron, cations, iron and aluminium. So after trapping those cations on the polyhydroxyl groups on the starch, then I calcined and transformed it into the oxides. And these oxides are known to be having the right chemical surfaces for trapping pollutants. Yeah, so these materials were compared with other materials that have been studied and are being applied for water treatment. A case in point is aluminum oxide. Yes, it is used. Yeah, it is used actually in developed countries in water treatment. Yes, so I have a comparison of the aluminum oxide I fabricated using cassava starch with what has been used earlier on in other studies and what is being commercially available. Yeah, thank you. So at the time, actually, I thought I was going to present for about 20-25 minutes. And even then, it wasn't enough to present the entire PhD work because this is work that I have almost finished. So far, 3 publications have been made from this work. The 4th one is with the journal, whose verdict I'm not yet sure. Yeah, so the first publication is here. Then the second one is that. The third one is that. And the 4th one is the journal. I'm not yet sure of the verdict. Okay, thank you. I'll take note of that.
For any dissertation or thesis or for masters, we usually request them to give us policy briefs. The policy brief is meant for the policy makers, something not very scientific, but something where you can get the science for the implementers to take into it, and that's what he is proposing, that make sure that that information should come out. Could even write in the newspapers, because this is something very important for the communities to avoid that challenge. Because after what you mentioned, I also saw it in Kisoro. There's prevalence in Kisoro, Kabale, and that Kasenda area. It is really, when you go to the ground, you feel like really there's a big concern. So this kind of study is very, very important so that it can be used. You can actually have a meeting with some of the local communities and the area MPs so that some of this information can be disseminated. And that's why I was saying that whatever you develop should also benefit the communities. How can they do it locally to treat the water? Because you find young children going to the lake to fetch the water, they are bathing with the water, they consume the water. So that's why we need locally available solutions to local problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is just a brief one. Thanks very much for this great work you are doing. And I think we gave you a little time and yet you are almost finishing. That's why we missed out some few things. However, I would have loved to know what percentage of fluoride in water contribute to tooth decay, for example. Or in other words, is fluoride really, really, really very bad for us? Because as far as I remember, we used to have toothpaste which had fluoride. So I really need, because we need to know what percentage. I think the thing is what percentage of fluoride is really becoming, is a problem to us. Then the other thing we need to, like what my colleagues are saying, because at the end of the day, this, in case it becomes as a solution, a very good solution, you may need to engage national water, okay, as another stakeholder, okay? Yeah, so, but it's really, really good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. is fluoride really bad for us? That's a good question. Fluoride is a microchemical that is good for us at concentrations from 0 up to around 1.5 milligrams. That is why it is even added, it is usually added to toothpaste, because at low concentrations it is essential for mineralization of the skeletal structures, including the teeth. But at higher concentration, above 1.5 milligrams per liter, it becomes bad, because at those concentrations, above 1.5 milligrams per liter, it results into a number of health complications. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The other thing is that what other samples you collected? Is it that it's only fluoride leading to, for example, if it's tooth decay, couldn't we have other compounds in that samples leading? So can we, I don't know, did you try to isolate? I mean, is it only fluoride in the water?
Well, in literature, it is fluoride at those high concentrations that is responsible for a number of those ailments I've talked about. But in my study, the 180 samples of water I picked from the 15 crater lakes, I determined other parameters, but the parameters I was interested in are those that contribute, that could account for the fluoride concentration that I determined. Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you. Although it is a disadvantage to be the last, but for you, we have given you ample time. Any comments? Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter, for your presentation. My question is about after whatever has been made from cassava and the cattle horn waste has been used to remove fluoride. What happens to it? How is it disposed of, or how will it be disposed of once it's been used? And then the second part of the question is cattle horn waste, I believe, might have some unpleasant smell or something. I don't know, you will comment on that. Or is there a way of making it, the smell go away? And then thirdly is about the cassava. I have had I think I read it somewhere sometime in the past that some people eat cassava and then they get poisoned. I don't know whether it's from cyanide or something. That outer layer which is scraped off, would that be something to be concerned about, depending on the source of the cassava, maybe the way it is processed for removing chloride? So is there any perhaps safety concern down the road if big amounts of this are used? And then lastly, just describe to me, as a layman, how is this product placed in the water, or is it placed along a pipe and then the water flows through it to remove the fluoride? How does it work? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The first one is disposal. The used adsorbent. First of all, the adsorbents that I've made in this study have been produced using green protocols. And the green chemistry metrics were determined and were found to be within acceptable limits, so that the processes of fabricating these materials, first of all, the processes are green and do not yield environmentally dangerous chemicals. Number two, they spent chemical called hydroxyapatite, which I used to decorate multi-walled carbon nanotubes that I had prepared. Cassava and cyanide, yes. The reason why cassava actually, during its preparation for food, is scrapped on the surface is because of that cyanide, the hydrogen cyanide that accumulates on the surface. Now, during the fabrication of these oxides, the metal oxides that are used in this study, after, yes, I used the cassava starch because of the many hydroxyl groups that provide the functionalities for the attachment of the multivalent cations. But when after drying in the oven, after oven drying this composite, I calcined them. I heated them in a furnace, and at a temperature of 500 degrees Celsius, all this cyanide is volatile. It evaporates, so it is no longer present in the metal oxides that I fabricated. Thank you. So there is totally no hydrogen cyanide in what I produced. I don't know if I've answered all.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. The one about the landfill, wouldn't that be another source of fluoride going back to another water source through rain and so on, from the landfill and so on?
Well, thank you. That is one way of disposing, but the metal oxides, iron 3 oxide, which is the hematite, as well as the aluminum oxide, which are fabricated using this method, are also used in fabrication of glass materials. So glasses that are used for construction can as well be fabricated or manufactured using this waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this one, I saw him fast. Quick ones.
Yeah, actually, one of them is the last one that Professor just brought. I was just looking at rain washing this thing back to the water, and then the cycle continues. Then the other one is, must be maybe a different species of cassava that has that bitter, whatever. The cassava I eat, I'm a man from the cassava eating area. We don't have that bitter thing. Our cassava, you just go and get from the garden, take to the fire, and you sit down and eat. So tell us more about that cassava.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to answer this, but let me try. There are very many varieties of cassava, and we have the sweet variety, and then we have the other bitter one. But surprisingly, if you have been on this part of Uganda for a long time, you should have witnessed this. If you have not, then you will see one day somebody, either your neighbor or, I don't know, someone preparing cassava for a meal, and is doing that, scrubbing off that outer part. Yes, where I come from, where I was born, that is northern Uganda, Gulu district, now Gulu city, we don't do that. But when I came here, I think way back in 2004, that is what I saw is being done here, and that is what motivated me to get that material and see whether I can get starch from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last comment or question?
Thank you very much, Walter. So my question is around sustainability of your solution. You're talking about cassava and cow horn waste, and I'm wondering if this has to be a solution, do we have this kind of inputs readily available, and how long can it really sustain us moving forward?
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't remember the statistics now very well in my head, but in my thesis I spelled out clearly about 30 point some
30.6 metric tons of cassava is produced annually in Uganda. And the production increased, I think, from around 2019 to 2021. So, and for every 1 kilogram of cassava that is prepared, about 10 grams of it is scrapped off, even suitable for feeding animals. So instead of throwing this valuable bioresource, we can use it to fabricate sorbent for removing pollutants from water. So cattle horn, a lot of it is produced, and this waste can be put to good use of fabricating the material. How sustainable this is, provided we are able to cultivate and grow this much cassava, we can fabricate enough materials for treating water. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last one. I think of all the presenters, I think Walter is ready to form his company. And actually I encourage you to form your company. I actually came back to tell you to come and approach us. I'll introduce you to our team in Camtech, so that they also introduce you and you create these as innovations. They can link you to good people in the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, National Water, because this is a really, really important solution. I think some people here are very rich. They only eat rice and chapati, but for the poor people, including Museveni and some of us, cassava is our staple. And as you said, there are many varieties of cassava. The most common one that doesn't even get disease is called in our language rutuga. Rutuga means one that can kill. So it has very high cyanide content on the surface, which people, if you are to eat it boiled, you have to scrape it off. But if you are to eat it dry, you just peel and put on the sun. And as he said, the sun, once it evaporates and dries, the cyanide is gone. And then it can be used in millet, in many dishes. But if it's to be eaten raw, it has to be scraped, and all that is sustainable. Cow horn, if you see the trucks on the road that are taking the cows with the, where do you think all those horns end up? They are burnt, and they bring a very bad smell. But if you come up with an innovation, the people at meat packers will be very happy to ship you all that cow horn, and it is crushed to produce this material. So once again, good job.
Thank you, Walter Jock. Hey, how far are you? You have written the thesis.
Well, I submitted my thesis for examination. I don't know the rest now.
You have submitted. Yeah. Yes, good. Thank you. Yeah, it is now, I would like to thank you for being patient. We have come to the end. Now to the panelists. Any word to the PhD students? Final. We start with who? We start.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, everyone that has sat for this long. I know it is not healthy, but we are done. The presenters, thank you for the good job. Whatever we have said, we said it that you can improve your work. We do not harbor any ill intentions whatsoever. And as you've heard earlier, this is the same journey we went through. So we wish you the very best and good luck.
Well, yeah, me, I'll just say one thing, and it was said by someone who made almost a commencement speech earlier today. For some of you who don't know, Professor Jerome Kawachenga was was one of my external committee members. And now here we are together on the same panel. So I think the message there is that you can do it, but I'll end by reiterating what one of my late professors at Case used to sing all the time. He always said, if you're a student, a graduate student, master's, PhD, just work hard and get done. And once you're done, then we can start on the Nobel Prize. Yeah, we can start on the long, all those, the big philosophies. So please, guys, if you're on this PhD stuff, just get over with it, because it can really drag. Yeah, you don't want it to exceed 3 years. If it does, you don't want it to exceed 4. But if it has already exceeded 4, then let's finish this year. And we are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I noted the time that most of you had prepared for 25 minutes, and you ended up presenting in 10. This is what we are going to put in our report. Next time, the guidelines should be very specific. And ideally, by then, it shouldn't be more than 5-6 slides. Introduction, methods, maybe results too, then the other slide, that's what for 10 minutes. And you pick out things which are really very, very important. Even with the defense, we have been participating in defense. 30 minutes is not a long time. Even then, you have also to pick out things which are very, very, very key. And you dwell on things really which will matter to the audience you are presenting or to the examiners. So we thank you for having submitted your abstracts and now having come to attend and present. And we hope the feedback you have got is going to help you going forward. And like as you have heard, for us, most of the people on the panel and others who have been asking questions, they have passed through this journey. And unfortunately for us, this side, we go into this PhD a bit late. But in some areas, once you get a PhD, that's when you qualify as a junior researcher. Because that's when you become an independent researcher. A bit independent. You can now move, and you are not being. Yeah, but all the same, we are moving in that journey, and with such sort of activities, we shall move also and be in the steps of those who are ahead of us. Thank you. Now I think according to the program, it is lunchtime. Then we are supposed to come back for the closing ceremony, sort of, closing part. And I think lunch will be, hey, the director is here. Yes.
Thank you very much, members. We are going to have lunch. You need to check from the secretariat if it's ready. And then we come back here for a wrap up. Please don't miss the next session.
Thank you.
actually should be able to tell me, if you have not given me comments, if you are not ready, I have already improved. Receive the recent one. That's very nice. So I would expect you to be present there all the time. And so take that as something that you can carry with you from today. So I invite Asimwe Anna Tibazinwa to come and present to us what you have. 10 minutes. Thank you. Our IT team is not yet here. So you can help us, please, and for projection purposes.
And it is a known factor that these groups, saving groups, contribute largely to the development goals. And in a way, they support sustainable development towards the development, particularly in developing countries. And the development planners in developing countries have supported the rural women groups towards the resilience of developing themselves and in supporting the development of developing countries. And women's problems in society are different from men, and they are unique. Actually, the challenges, the problems in society are different, and this is documented by different scholars. And that's why women's ability to access financial services to support themselves economically are hindered by patriarchal society systems. And in a way, it has hindered them to support the development. And the evidence shows that it documents the vulnerabilities of these women to develop. And what has resilient women did? They have come up with adaptive responses to get out of this persistent poverty in societies. And one of them strategically is to form rural women saving and investment groups to support themselves and support the society to come up. And the objectives, the major objective of this study, one is to assess the saving and investment culture of these women development, women saving and investment groups, and assess the adherence of these and assess the adherence of the guidelines or operational guidelines set by the very women, rural women groups. And I came up with 3 specific objectives. One of them is to document the culture of women saving and investment groups. 2, to analyze the attitude of rural women towards the culture of investment, and also to assess the adherence of these guidelines set by the women groups themselves. Definitely have reviewed a scope of literature concerning the nature and forms of formation of these groups, the saving and investment culture, then operational guidelines. And I came up with the conceptual framework. It has the independent, dependent, then the moderating, and the consequences. I found out that the functionality of these women saving and investment groups influences the adherence of the operational guidelines that are set by themselves. And in between, the intervening variable that emerges, and the consequence, I would call it as the impact that is not measurable. The functionality of these women saving and investment groups, it is determined by the shareholdings of these women. They have the savings levels, the lending, and even the guidelines, the constitution or the bylaws themselves. And these ones influence the functionality or the adherence of the guidelines that are set by the women savings themselves. And that's where you find the bylaws set by themselves, the security of those people to get loan, whether non-members or members themselves, and even the disbursement strategies, the resources, to mention but a few. As I said, that the consequence is not measurable. That's like the income levels, the increased saving, to mention but a few. I came up with the methodology, the research design. What did I choose to use? I used the exploratory qualitative case study. And why did the research decide to use this? Because this studies the phenomenological approach, because it deals with the feelings, the experience of the and culture of the women members themselves. And the study population, the target was 91 respondents. And how did I arrive at 91? Kashara County has 7 sub-counties. Out of the 7 sub-counties, the target were 10 groups from each sub-county. And in those groups, the 10 members from each group and their leaders, and the leaders are community development officers who are in charge of overseeing the operation of those groups, the sub-county chiefs, and the women counselors. And the sample size, that is the sample size. And the data collection method, because this study is a qualitative and it deals with the feeling, the culture, and the experience. I use that in-depth interview observation. Why observation? Observation, it made me to capture the verbal and non-verbal communication. And in in-depth interview, there was an open-ended questions which were in the tool. And the data analysis, I captured the respondents' questions. Then I was able to analyze them under thematic analysis, because this study is a qualitative study where you need to understand the feelings and the experience of the women groups themselves. And this objective of the saving culture of Kashar women count in women groups in Kashar County. This one had to come up with the nature and forms of women savings and investment groups. You find out that these groups, to be formed, they followed characteristics. You would find women Catholic groups, women to Eyambe, young marrieds, Muslim community. Then you would find, I found another group of women, young widows, single mothers, to mention. So they were formed following the rural social characteristics. Then there were conditions of how to acquire loans in case one wanted a loan to support her project, in addition to having savings, to having an income from the saving group. People had to set other projects as proceeds of the saving from the groups. So there were guidelines, some were documented, some were not documented. Interestingly, non-members, the members of the group would stand sureties and LC1s. So those were the guidelines. And different members in the groups had different roles. For example, the chairman, the secretaries, the publicity, loan committee members, to mention. Then I was able to also to find out the rationale of starting investment groups. There was the attitude of rural women regarding savings and investment culture. There was a desire, I found out from the study, the desire for women to prepare for any eventuality as a result of failure of marriage. There was a lady who said that for her, what made her join the rural women saving group was to prepare in case the husband could leave her. How would she be ready to sustain her family? So she joined the saving group, and she was able to have a side income in addition to the family income. And that was very interesting, and to me it became a new phenomenon. And it was a culture in that locality. They would convince the fellow women to join other saving groups depending on the social characteristics. And I found out that women have enjoyed the groups, the saving groups, and they were able to start other income-generating activities to support their families. The standards of living had improved to some of them, and they had the other social, small generating activities. And they are now using the same approach and principles to save the funds. Then the adherence. As I said from the beginning, that the operational guidelines that man, those saving groups, some are not documented. I would say most of them are of informal sector, rural women to save and invest in their saving groups. So members had knowledge of these saving groups. Some are registered, some are not registered, but they know the guidelines that man their saving groups. And they had documented, some had documented, those who had members who were able to read and write, they had documented those guidelines. For example, you'd find subscription, let's say on a monthly basis, 10,000. Then there was a saving of weekly 5,000. And there was also a criteria of how to access that loan, as I said. And there was even the procedure of repayment, particularly for non-members of the group, even the members including themselves. And they had even set guidelines of loan recovery and even stringent measures of those who would default and those likely to default. Surprisingly, we found out that they had set supplementary rules and guidelines governing the saving and investment groups to deter defaulting levels. Yeah. I would say these are preliminary results. This is the first draft. I have not even presented at the faculty level, so I am very ready to receive all the comments. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna, for the presentation. Now time for comments that can improve Anna's work.
Thank you, Anna. And thank you for being ready to be grilled. When you flashed your topic to a few documents from Nairobi slums, Bangladesh, West Africa, India, and question is, with all these studies that have been done around the world, where do you come in as Anna? Where is your position? How do you depart from all these studies that have been done across the world? Question 2. You say qualitatively you collected data from 91 respondents. What informed that? At what point did you say it has to be 91? What was the sampling theory?
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. How many groups are in Kashari from where you sampled, you got your sample? I missed, I think you didn't say that. In the slide of saving culture, what are men doing in women groups? I saw men positions. What were men doing in these women groups? But if they are now mixed gender, are they still women groups?
Thank you. Anne or Anna? Both. Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Anne. One, why is Kashai? It's the one with the highest number of self-groups? West. Which body of knowledge are you subscribing to? That at the end of this PhD, are you finance? Are you, this is interdisciplinary. Oh, okay. Anna, do you think, I want
want you to read the complex adaptive system theory. Complex adaptive systems theory. And I want you to look for the work of Mike on investment groups and circles. He alludes do not have rules. Even those that have them, they do not adhere to them. If they do so, they will not survive. And that goes back, if you go to circles in universities where there is a lot of flexibility with them due to the environment where they operate, to that last objective of adherence. You also realize that they have even members who borrow, and the members, non-members who borrow, and the members of... So you go back. I think you are conforming to that complex adaptive system theory. And lastly, I don't know whether this, maybe it is a presentation or we shall request Dr. Is it the organizers, Dr. who? Agua? Yes. To give these people who have already reached the result level the format. Because now here, results, I did not see them. And how did you reach the results? I don't know. But you have given us bullets. This is surprisingly, I found this surprisingly. But coming from where? Thank you.
Comments for Anna? I have a few comments, Anne. If we took away a qualitative, those first two words, a qualitative, and we remain with analysis of the investment and saving culture of women, blah, blah, would it be different? That takes me back to the methodology. What was the methodology? Qualitative? So, but, no, it's okay, you can leave it there for now. But if I wanted to really remain and stick with your topic, a qualitative analysis, then I would look for qualitative values for this study. What I would ask, what women do, I would not go, like you clearly indicated in your presentation. You mentioned that saving levels, income levels, they are not measurable. I heard that. So why are you looking at income levels then? If level, by the definition, a level means that that is a measure. Okay? It's high, it's low. Okay? That's a measure, right? And so I would not go for savings levels. Neither would I go for incomes. I would look for the quality of interactions, for example, among groups, okay? Among women within a group, within groups. And I wouldn't go into looking into whether how much they save or what. And then I would maybe think of, okay, with this quality of interaction, if you read the works of, one has alluded to what is written in India, where the circles originated, the issues of revolving funds, social capital, and social networks. If you read social network theory within the, and how it evolved with black in Bangladesh, then you would understand what I'm talking about. So, your work does not speak to the quality, analysis of quality of the saving culture. But you need to understand then what is the saving culture. Conceptually, what is it? What is a saving culture? And then you can see what values are you going to attach to it. And of course, looking at the title, why would you have a conceptual framework an exploratory work. It is not telling us what is the outcome of the saving culture. You just want to understand the saving culture of women. So I would not have the conceptual framework the way you have it. Yes. The issue, I think, Professor Batwala has already asked about how many women groups are there in Kashali. Was your case? Was your case in Kashali, and what were the women groups? And maybe, lastly, I would ask you, what is your level of analysis? Is it the women, individuals, or the groups? Is it the women or the women groups? If you focused on the groups, then you would look at how these groups inculcate the culture, the values of saving into women. Then you would analyze what organizations do, or what these groups do in terms of training, in terms of organizing weekly meetings, in terms of organizing networks, and any other thing that would build a culture of saving into groups. But if you went to look into the analysis at individual level, then you would go to how do individual women benefit from this. You would go down even at household level. So you need to understand those two levels of analysis. And then there you can come up with a good study. Thank you so much. Who are your supervisors? I think Batwala and you are recent, you are not very old. You should have two supervisors, according to the handbook, not so. And National Council for Higher Education guidelines. So I think it is a high time you got another supervisor to work with the already existing, to remain, AR talked about what are the requirements. Okay? And that's what he was talking about. You should be in the know of the requirements for you to complete your PhD. Otherwise, you might meet a hurdle of why do you have one. The value of two supervisors is that they improve your quality and they really check. That is why, he's here, he knows why they have two. So, if there are no comments, no more comments, do you have anything to respond to? Anna?
I want to thank you so much for all the comments. As I said, this is the first draft. I will request I take them up, I make a serious follow-up, and I will visit you individually so that I enrich my work. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have, yes.
My name is Nimusima Perez, and I'm presenting my work on interactive marketing practices and market performance of soft drink rushing enterprise in Kigali City, Rwanda. Interactive marketing practices in this study refers to a set of organizational communication activities for promoting brands, products, and services using digital media. Market performance in this study is used to refer to the ability of the organization to achieve its market objectives with greater efficiency and effectiveness. Soft drink manufacturing enterprise in this study refers to those enterprises that process raw materials to produce soft drinks, including water, juice, carbonates, etc. Soft drink enterprises have been here for quite a long time with us, and the pioneer soft drink company company in the world, has lived for more than 135 years. In between, there are more other soft drink companies that have come up. And their role is observable, and their documented evidences, globally, regionally, and locally, that soft drink enterprises have contributed towards GDP of countries, whereby we see soft drink enterprises contributing to 3.04% to Canada's GDP, 26% to GDP of UK, 12% to the GDP of India, 11.8% GDP of Uganda, and 6% to GDP of Rwanda, besides making a 14.3% contribution to private sector employment. The concern for the researcher is that despite this contribution, which is documented, soft drink enterprises continue to perform poorly, as exemplified by decline in sales and in customer numbers over time, whereby regionally I take a case of two global soft drink giants, Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola, whose sales have declined over time, as you can see, 5% 2016 for Coca-Cola, 4.5% in 2017 for, and then East African level, Standard Bottling Company, Uganda, which had a 2% slump in sales, and the Tanzania case also presenting a case of decline in customer base of between 0.7 to 2.5%, and then other soft drink companies in Rwanda, which also have realized sales decline. We take a case of Inyanya Industries experiencing a 3% drift in its customer base, and Brandgo also having its sales decline over time with varying decline percentages, as you can see over there. Market performance has been studied, and the relationship between interactive marketing and market performance has been studied, and a number of studies exist. However, we see contradictory findings in these studies, whereby in a study by Shethan, 2012 in Sri Lanka, and Asram, et al. 2015 in Pakistan, when investigating this relationship, they report positive effects. However, a study by KIHUMURO et al. 2012 in US and Hamburg et al. 2014 in Taiwan, to study same relationships, they report negative effects. Specifically for Hamburg et al. 2014, their study found out that increased marketing interactivity exert emotional cognitive cost to the consumer, leading to negative evaluation, frustration, and withdrawal, which all lead to negative performance outcomes. However, despite these disagreements in the literature, the researcher observes that the benefits for interactive marketing practices are enormous. For example, the human-to-human interactions in different forms, using different forms like voices, text, video, blog posts, etc. that companies use to disseminate their marketing information, lead to continued interactivity between the companies and the customers. And of course, such mechanisms allow for continued feedback, interaction, whereby the company is able to trace the changes in emotions, negative or positive. Equally, the human-to-human interactions on different social media platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter also help a company to keep in close proximity. Beyond this, I observe that previous studies on market performance have been characterized by scope limitations, whereby most of these studies were conducted in developed economies, which have economic characteristics quite different from those of countries in East Africa. Those studies concentrated in the mobile communication sector, and equally were into the banking sector, and looked at process aspects of marketing interactivity, thus ignoring investigating how firms use digital technologies to manage customer experience, which this study find as a big knowledge gap, and therefore motivated this study. Next. Existing studies also on these relationships lacked mediation and they lacked moderation. Yet, according to Kistra, not all relationships correct. Quite a number of scholars here, I quote Kamka Maitar, Nkundawanyang, different scholars. They emphasize that failure to examine mechanisms through which variables are related leads the researcher to fail to understand the nature of actual relationship. And in line with that, Tracy and Wesema, 1993, they proposed a competitive value chain model comprising of operational excellence, product leadership, and customer intimacy that companies seeking to attain superior market leadership position should adopt. The researcher observes that there are some studies which confirmed competitive advantage as a mediator. However, these studies were not conducted in the soft drink industry. This also formed the basis for a knowledge gap, which the researcher also capitalized on to do this study. Again, we observe that studies on interactive marketing and market performance did not test for the moderating effects of competitive environment. We go by guidelines by Dawson 2014, Jose and others, who acknowledge that if a model has two or more variables, it is important to examine the interaction effects. They go on to say that this helps to show if there is any condition or relationship or not. Relatedly, Porter 1979 stipulates that failure to understand the forces governing within the environment leads to failure to control the performance. We observe that some studies, including Ogaga and Odiambo, conducted a study and confirmed competitive environment as a moderator. However, their studies were conducted in different industrial settings, which leaves a gap for conducting the same study that tests the moderating effects of competitive environment in the soft drink context. This leads me to the objective. The study was carried out to establish the relationship between interactive marketing and market performance, but of course with a view of thank you very much. The study took a theoretical approach entailing a hybrid of 4 theories. This was the conceptual framework. It was hypothesized that interactive marketing is related with market performance, and this colleagues, due to time factor, as some colleagues had mentioned before, it's hard to present a PhD thesis in 10 minutes. I submit, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think time management is key. It's not that the time is small. You spent almost entirely the 10 minutes on your background, and you forgot to present the key issues. Anyhow, still, we can give you comments on this, and I think this is a third time or second time you are presenting here. Actually, when I had the presentation, I thought someone is graduating tomorrow, because I had had this work over and over and over. So, comments? Sir, interactive marketing, that's your field. Comments?
I have 2. One, first, there are hygiene issues. It is very bad to start with abbreviating your variables. From the background, start with MP. I thought you were talking about member of parliament. At least for the first time, write it full so that we follow. Throughout, you. Then 2, still on presentation style,
have a central message on each slide you make. Like background, you need only one slide. And you put the central message. That one will help you to save the time. 10 minutes is too much time, my dear. If you are here waiting for someone to talk to you in 10 minutes, then specific, you have tried to problematize. But I want you to invite you to read Generating Research Questions Through Problematization by Alverson and Sandberg, 2011. That paper is in the Academy of Management. Please, if you get time, I know you're about to conclude from the chair's submission, you're about to conclude. It will help you to condense. Because your problematization is based on only empirical. I've not seen the theoretical coming out at all, which is your PhD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other?
Mine is just on the problematizing and the justification. Listening to you, you are justifying your study that it has been done not in a soft drink industry, but in other industries. So, why can't the findings in the other industry apply to your industry? Why do you read literature that is not talking to your subject matter? Are you sure there are no works on the soft drink industry that you can critique? For me, that is my biggest challenge, because you want to criticize tomatoes and you eat oranges. That cannot work. You get what I mean? You must eat a tomato and then compare it with another tomato, and you find the sweetness or the sourness. You get it? But you go to look for literature that is far from your work, people who have not, whose intentions were different from yours, and then you start criticizing them. And then on the issue of mediation, I think it is not entirely true that we cannot study without studying the mediating variables, unless it is necessary. Earlier we had a small interaction with my colleagues when we were looking at one student who was forcing intervening variable on M&E. And we are looking for intervening variables which was bringing. We said, really, leadership and institutionalization, he just needed to study leadership and how they are institutionalizing what? M&E. But if he was looking for intervening, then he would go for Bank of Uganda, World Bank, government, which is forcing people to institutionalize them and put them in the books, which he didn't go to. So, if you read the other books of methodology, Otto Heidevik instead talks about even spurious factors. So if you are talking of intervening variables, other studies say that the variables we focus on sometimes are not the ones causing things to happen. And those he calls them spurious factors. The factors which we don't pay attention to are the ones which might make things move. And therefore that may make you your justification of intervening variables not good enough. Okay? So for me, in methodology, that's what I can hint on, and yeah, I rest my case. Any comments to him? I think, yeah. Do you have something to say?
I thank you greatly, and I had much into the theoretical gap identification, but then time couldn't allow. But I thank you very much for listening to me, and I will look forward to incorporating the comments. Thank you very much.
And just like
I mentioned earlier, when a symposium like this one is coming, why do you want us only to read the abstract? They have given you at least emails, throw out there your work, so that those ones who are able to read the details can even give you more comments. You know, an abstract is an abstract. And many of us don't know even how to write it. We don't include a problem, we couldn't put in findings, we don't talk about methodology. So the abstracts we read here are actually a little bit empty and shallow. So in the future, if you are coming to present, actually ask the convener to give you emails so that you throw out that work, so that we can read it, okay? And come here ready to give you comments. I thank you all for listening to us and bearing with us for this last session. And for me and my team and group, we are very grateful. We hope our students have taken every comment positively and it will improve you. Don't be afraid to reach out to us when you need us. We can always give you comments. You have our emails, we have our contacts. Okay? Thank you once again. This, I was told, is the last session. Someone should help me to, he's here. So.
Thank you very much, Professor Marisa. I've been talking to the convener to come if he has any special announcements. For us at the Directorate, we are really very grateful for your acceptance to come. First of all, the students submit the work. The job that the panelists have done is very great. And on that matter, I can say that we are very grateful that you've been able to come, students, the supervisors who have been here, and the panel members, and the partners who are here today. We regret the late start in the morning, but I promise that we shall do better next time. In all functions, something must come up, and things may not go as planned, otherwise we would be away by now. At lunchtime, I was starting with a participant here and asked me, why don't you also invite students at concept level, at the proposal level? And I said that is the role of the faculty and the department. So because for us we come in once in a year, we specified the students that would want able to benefit in a symposium like this. Otherwise, the PhD fora should be organized at the faculty level and should be regular and run by students. The faculty comes in to facilitate, but it should be formed by students so that you guide first level from one another. You give your college your work to read through. It's a matter of trust that someone is not going to steal your work, so that you can be able to guide each other. And then when you come to present at the faculty level, you are at a certain stage, and come here, you are really an advanced stage. Really, by international standards, when you are invited to make a presentation, they give you 10 minutes. If you cannot say what you want to communicate in 10 minutes, then it means that you have nothing to communicate. For sure. So when they tell you 10 minutes, Professor Kabachenga commented, you prepare 5 to 6 slides. That's what we want to see. So next time, always we have many people who want to present. So we cannot give you 20 minutes, 25 minutes, no. You prepare something to fit within 10 minutes so that after that, really you even get more time. When I come and you are presenting, I know the work and already gave you the feedback, so you don't get more questions. And if I'm given a book to read, to examine, you even stand better chance for me because I already know your work. I give you the feedback. Dr. Kagwa? Dr. Kagwa is here. Now, we had a small meeting and we decided that one of our external people comes here and tell us his or her observation for us to improve so that next time we do it better and better. Thank you.
Protocol or observed. I'll use a few minutes to convey what I've been asked to do. Good evening, and now I think it's a good evening. I'm called Associate Professor Warija Godfrey. I work with University of St. Joseph as the Director for Quality Assurance. At the same time, I work with Calvary University in governance, the Department of Governance, as a senior lecturer. So I'm happy to be here. And when I was contacted, I first asked the convener, I said, Dr. Kagwa, are you serious? But now I'm seeing the seriousness. And above all that, I'm an alumni of this university. That's why I did my PhD under the department and the faculty of Professor Melissa. So I must make the following comments that I wish this was there when we were here. I graduated with Dr. Kagwa on the same day, but it was a struggle. I must tell you it was a struggle. It would be a lonely journey, but I'm happy that today I've seen the PhD students, they have others to accompany them in the journey. And I must commend that on the management and the director. Thank you for the good work done. Therefore, there is a big improvement, and in my language they say, there is no requasho, you must graduate on time. I teach strategic management sometimes. Things should be done on time, not in time. So we call it JOT. So, and I hope the recommendations and other things that have been done today are better. Usually, the professors say that the interrogation of knowledge is seen in such a fora. And I've seen that one. I've been in the band of humanities with my fellow gentleman. When he was asking somebody, the face became like a square. But that is acceptable, and it helps you move. And that knowledge that has been given us today, we all have learned. So the improvements that you are asking, they are not there. They are already there. So I'm not going to give you new ideas, because I've seen, most of the observations I've seen is that the conceptualization is a problem. That tells me that at that level, when the supervision is being done, let's improve to see that our students conceptualize better their variables. So that will help the methodology and other things. Otherwise, the students have the topics to study, but they are lacking that one. But since now we've put this symposium, I am sure the journey will be the best. With those few remarks, on the behalf of the externalities, Maybe they can stand, those who came from out. I know I have my VC around. There are many. Those who came from out as panelists. You see, there are many. So, invite us on the other day, Dr. Kagwa. Invite us often. We are there to support you, and we continue bridging the collaboration. Because shared knowledge is not wasted knowledge. And in Latin, I wanted to be a priest, but I didn't become one. There's one who is helping me to become a good priest. They say educal revolvat homines, that education transforms man. And I hope today we have been transformed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So at this point, I was delegated to announce that this symposium is closed. Thank you very much. And our external experts, please see Dr. Kagwa.
Unlock the potential of your event with AED TV's live streaming and video production services. Reach a larger audience and engage with them like never before. With our services, perfect for weddings, funerals, corporate dinners, workshops, product launches, product or service activations, and church events.